physical evidence?
Just the photos, I think. That's right.
Okay. I've got all those.
So are we good?
It's not a small number, is it?
Okay. No. Please, no.
Okay.
I didn't touch it. I'll get his on that. And I can prove something. I didn't want to.
She said you don't need to lag and she really won't lag.
Yes.
You ever, you just got an email from Mr. Zale saying he's waiting to have you let him in on Webex?
Oh, Mr. Zale represents Mr. Fidel, and he's going to appear by Webex. We're going to lock out Webex. Can I go to my division, or? Is he logging on to Division 11 or Division 16?
He didn't say.
It needs to be 16, it's division 11.
It says in Cop Cow's Webex, so
Okay,
probably
perfect.
16 then.
I'm sure you meant Judge Cupcow.
I was quoting. I would, of course.
Mr. Zale, can you?
Good morning. I can hear everyone. Thank you. So,
Steve, did you turn on the shows?
thank you for being accommodating. I'm just going to mute and turn the video off because I don't want to be distracting.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we need time to review that
I
when you.
know, that's why
I'm getting this audio issue.
he's probably the fourth witness today.
After lunch, also?
Third witness, actually. No, I would presume he's long before lunch.
So how are we gonna have time to review it now?
Take a break.
It's
How long
locked.
is this?
10 seconds, no, maybe 30 seconds,
Oh,
less than a minute.
Okay.
Yeah,
The only problem we have is that our computers don't have.
maybe a minute and a half, I don't know. Something like that.
We do have the
I
CPU?
have,
Okay.
I have a disc player.
All right, we do, so, okay, we'll do it during break time, thank you. A clip of Troy being consistent with your thing?
Mr. Zale, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. One time.
Yes, Judge.
So, if you need if you need something from me, perhaps I will assume that you'll turn your video on and I'll stop the proceedings. But you're not I do have you on the big screen, but that's fine. If you want to just turn your video off, and the signal to me that you need something is if you turn your video on.
Okay, that sounds good. If I, show my ugly face, then you'll know. So.
Okay. I was going to say okay, but I don't agree with that, but okay. Yes. Yes.
All right.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. We locked? Okay. Okay, we are on the record. We're in Division 11 of the Well County District Court. We're here regarding People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. We're outside the presence of the jury. The parties are all present. Mr. Zale is joining us by Webex. He is the attorney of record for Mr. Bonnell. And while he wasn't able to physically be present this morning, he is joining us by Webex. For the record, Webex is locked, so nobody else can join us other than Mr. Zale. And he will notify us by turning on his video if he thinks that there's a concern with any question that's being asked in representing his client. Is Mr. Bonnell outside?
Do you want him in?
Yeah, so I'll have him resume the witness stand.
Before we bring the jury in, Mr. Blake McLaughlin, who was ordered back by the court on the defense subpoena, is present in the courtroom this morning.
Great. And do you want me to continue the subpoena for some other time, or you just letting me know that he's here?
He's under our subpoena, sir. I would ask to have him come back. Are you calling me?
So I can tell you we're on the schedule to maybe on our case.
Thursday night? Like at the end of the day
No more after today, probably.
Morning.
What's that?
Fine sitting down. We're just taking care of some things.
So, date Thursday?
So we have him come back. Judge, can you please have his subpoena continued to Thursday at 1:15?
Sure, and that is
Blake
the
McLaughlin?
14th,
Oh,
July 14th at what time?
1:15, please.
Mr. McLaughlin, as you can imagine, it's sometimes difficult to know exactly when we're going to need you to testify now that the trial has advanced. Looks like the parties would like you to testify this Thursday at 1:15, July 14th. And so I'm going to continue your subpoena until that date and time, okay? Thank you. Any other issues, Mr. Rudd?
No.
And Your Honor, Alex McLaughlin is also here. I'm not sure if he's here as a VRA observer, or I'm not sure if the court can inquire. I can't recall, and we're looking it up, whether or not we had a subpoena continued to this day. He's just here to observe, okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other issues?
No, you.
So it's my understanding that we're going to begin recross-examination on the issues that were raised by Mr. Wren in his redirect examination. And we're going to bring the jurors in. Do you want me to notify the jurors that Mr. Zale is joining us by WebEx since his name is appearing on the big screen?
I'll defer to the court.
If that makes sense.
Okay. All right, let's all please stand and let's bring the jurors in. Good morning. Welcome to be seated. Mr. Bunnell, given the lapse of time, I'm going to just swear you in again, okay? You don't have to stand up. If you can please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. No need to reintroduce yourself. For the jurors' information, Mr. Zale's attorney is joining us by Webex this morning, so he can hear. I'm sorry, Mr. Bunnell's attorney is here to hear the proceedings. And Ms. Devereaux, you're welcome to conduct your recross-examination of Mr. Bunnell.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Bunnell.
Good morning.
Mr. Bunnell, yesterday afternoon, Mr. Rend asked you a series of questions about whether or not you documented your communications with Mr. Eastman. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Specifically, you were asked on direct examination whether you documented every phone call you had with Mr. Eastman?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Yep. And you indicated that you did not, correct?
Correct.
Again, you met with Detective Geyer, Detective Fick, and Deputy Johnson at your residence on February 20th, 2020.
Correct.
They responded to your address at your request.
Yeah, correct.
And at that time, you were concerned about people pointing the finger at you for these homicides.
Correct.
And at that time, Detective Geyer offered you a solution to that. Do you remember that?
A solution? No.
Specifically, Detective Geyer offered to have you bring your phone to the Greeley Police Department where your phone could be downloaded for evidence.
Correct.
And specifically, so that, or as a manner or way to show and prove to everyone involved that you had no involvement in either homicide.
Correct.
And you were even offered to be present at the Greeley Police Department when that was done.
Correct.
So you could stand by and watch it being done.
Yeah, we're going to drink a cup of coffee.
Yep. And ultimately, you decided not to do that.
Correct.
You decided to not assist law enforcement in proving that you had nothing to do with either homicide.
I don't think it was a decision of me not wanting to assist.
You made the decision not to provide law enforcement with your phone and the data on your cell phone.
Again, my cell phone, I didn't feel was necessary.
Even though
for the
Detective
entire
Geyer,
contents of my phone.
even though Detective Geyer specifically told you it could be used to corroborate everything you had previously told detectives about these cases.
Yeah, and it was a decision. Yes.
And even though Detective Geyer specifically told you it would help protect you.
Correct.
Mr. Wren also asked you questions about how good of friends you were with Mr. Eastman. Do you remember that yesterday afternoon?
How could I what?
Do you remember Mr. Wren asking you yesterday afternoon about how good your friendship
Yes.
was with Mr. Eastman?
Yes.
And you said that it was good. You felt like you were friends.
Correct.
Friends enough to share information about Miss Frank, Mr. Eastman's ex-girlfriend.
Correct.
You also told this jury yesterday that you were under the impression that Mr. Eastman was returning from Parachute specifically for the purpose of reconnecting or trying to get Ms. Frank back.
Objection
Correct.
beyond the scope of redirect and asked and answered.
Sustained.
Again, Mr. Wren asked you questions about Mr. Eastman sharing information with you about Ms. Frank, right?
Correct.
And when you spoke to Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020, you told him that you didn't know that Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman had split up.
I did not.
Mr. Wren also asked you questions about how many times Mr. Eastman worked for you, correct?
Correct.
And sort of fixing this issue of your uncertainty or the inconsistencies in your statements about whether it was in 2016 or 2020 Mr. Eastman worked, or 2019, excuse me, that Mr. Eastman worked for you.
And if I may go back a question that you just had to clarify, my answer was you asked if I was aware that he was headed back to Greeley to reconnect
I'm
with
going
us.
to object. That question was objected to and sustained.
Right, so,
Oh, okay. All right.
next question, please.
I didn't.
So my question was, Mr. Wren asked you some clarifying questions yesterday to try to fix this issue of your inconsistent statements as to whether or not Mr. Eastman worked for you in 2016 and or 2019. Do you remember that?
Objection argumentative as to the phrasing.
Sustained. Why don't you rephrase that question?
Do you remember yesterday afternoon, for the first time in over 2 years, you testified that Mr. Eastman could have worked for you twice?
Yes,
Once in 2016 and once in 2019.
I believe so, yes.
But when you met with Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020, when it was fresher in your mind, he specifically asked you when Mr. Eastman worked for you. Do you remember that?
I don't remember the question, but I'm sure I was asked.
And you specifically told Detective Schall on February 16th, 2020, that Mr. Eastman worked for you a year ago.
Okay, yes,
And Detective Schall asked you how long he worked for you. You saw the clip yesterday. And you said only maybe a month.
correct.
You did not tell Detective Schall that Mr. Eastman worked for you on 2 different occasions.
Okay,
You also testified on direct or redirect examination about your phone call with Ms. Edmonds, and specifically Mr. Wren asked you who called who. Do you remember that yesterday?
yes,
And you again told this jury that the phone call was to arrange transportation with Ms. Edmonds.
one of the phone calls was yes.
And we talked a lot yesterday about what else was talked about during that communication, so I won't go into that. However, you were ultimately given a ride home by a sheriff deputy.
To the hotel? No, I wasn't.
You were given a ride home from the Weld County Sheriff's Office, a courtesy ride by a deputy.
Not to my house, no.
So it's your
I
testimony
went, from the police station to Alt, right, straight to the hotel.
by a police officer.
By Jennifer Edmonds.
So it's your testimony today that a sheriff deputy did not give you a courtesy ride the entire way back from
I got a
Weld County
courtesy ride to the police station, yes.
and from the police
But
department.
no, I did not. I did not. Jennifer Edmonds picked me up.
I get 1 moment, Judge.
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to beyond the scope again. I didn't ask anything about this, who drove who, where, after he was done.
Your Honor, he asked about the phone call between Miss Edmonds and him, and who called who. And Mr. Bonall specifically said, I believe I called her on the way down. I believe she called me during the interview. And and he also testified yesterday that the reason for the phone call, or the topic of conversation during the phone call, was to arrange transportation when Miss Edmonds did not bring him home.
This exceeds the scope of redirect examination. I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury? Mr. Bunnell, there's two questions that were asked by the jury. I've denied one of them, and I've permitted one of them. The one that I permitted, I'm going to read it to you verbatim, and it reads as follows. Can the witness recall if the pants the sheriff gave him to wear the morning of the 16th were the same pair he was wearing the prior day when Kevin Eastman dropped off his tools? Were they a different pair he had previously worn? Wait, we read that again?
A pair of what?
I'll read it again. That's okay. Can the witness recall if the pants the sheriff gave him to wear the morning of the 16th were the same pair he was wearing the prior day when Kevin Eastman dropped off his tools, or were they a different pair he had previously worn?
I don't recall. I know they seemed like they were in the dirty clothes. I don't recall. I mean, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I've got probably 30 pairs of
Okay.
the same.
Mr. Wren, any follow-up?
Yeah.
Ms. Devereaux?
No.
Any other questions? Okay, we appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May he be discharged from his subpoena for the prosecution.
People would ask that he be subject to recall.
Thank you. And Ms. Devereaux, is he under your subpoena as well?
Yes, sir, he is.
Okay, so you may be recalled as a witness, Mr. Bunnell, so please be mindful of that, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Welcome to
All right.
step down. Thank you. Next witness, please.
Judge, can we just remind him of the sequestration order one more time, please?
Yeah, I've advised you yesterday, Mr. Bunnell, of the sequestration order, and that order still applies now and in the future until the trial is over, okay? Thank you. Next witness, please.
The people would call Jennifer Edmonds to the stand.
Good morning. Why don't you come to the witness stand? Before you sit down, if you can please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna just I'm gonna turn off the Webex. And Ms. Edmonds, if I can please have you introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Jennifer Edmonds, Edmunds.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Ms. Edmonds, do you know Troy Bunnell?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Well, it started out that I started working for him, and then we had a relationship at one point in time.
Back on February 15th of 2020, were you working for Troy Bunnell?
Yes.
What was the name of the company that you worked for?
Bonnell Field Services,
What kind of work were you doing for Troy Bunnell?
invoicing.
And you said that you had another type of relationship with him. When did that start?
Shortly after I started working for him, probably about within a few months.
When did you start working for him?
I don't exactly remember the exact date, but I worked for him for several years.
On February 15th of 2020, was there a protection order in place preventing you from contacting Troy Bunnell in person?
There was a protection order, but I don't know that it was completely not about contacting him because it had been modified.
Was it about not being with him in person?
Yes.
Did you plead guilty in that case to a violation of protection order on October 7th of 2020 and were sentenced in that case on October 28th of 2020?
Yes.
Did Mr. Wren or myself give you anything for your testimony or the statements that you made to police officers?
Ask that again, please.
Did Mr. Wren or myself give you anything for your testimony or the statements that you made?
No.
On February 15th of 2020, do you remember going over to Troy Bunnell's home
Yes.
What's the address?
26712 County Road 45, Greeley, Colorado.
What time did you get there?
I don't exactly remember exactly what time I got there. It was at night, but I don't remember the exact time.
Was it late?
Yes.
Do you remember whether your kids were in bed or not at that point in time?
I don't know that they were asleep yet, but they were at home with their dad.
Prior to going to Troy's house, did you call him?
Yes.
When you called him, did he indicate why you were going over to the house?
Yes, we had discussion about going over there to discuss more invoicing things and to hang out as well.
Did you drop by and get anything to drink on the way
Yes.
there? What did you get?
Energy drinks. And I don't remember what else, but I remember I got a few energy drinks.
Why did you do that?
Because it was late at night, and usually when I went over there, I knew that it was probably gonna be a while that I was there, and I was already kind of tired, so
Did you get energy drinks for just yourself or somebody else?
I got 2 energy drinks, at least.
Did you know that you were going to meet Kevin Eastman?
Yes,
Did you get an energy drink for Mr. Eastman?
yes.
How did you know you were going to meet Mr. Eastman that night?
Well, I didn't until I called. And when I called, I was advised that the individual that Troy was hiring to work on his F-150, I believe is what it was specifically was there, and they were discussing upcoming things that needed to be worked on, and he hadn't seen him and so forth. And so he had mentioned that he was there just to kind of let me know, obviously, that it wasn't going to be just him. And it was a pretty brief conversation, as I recall.
When you got there to Mr. Bennell's house, can you tell the jury whether it was dark or light out?
It was dark, as I recall.
Did you see the defendant?
Yes.
Had you ever met him before?
No.
Was there anybody else with him?
No.
How long of a conversation did you have with the defendant, meeting him?
I don't recall exactly. I mean, it wasn't super brief, but it wasn't super long by any means either.
Did you get information from him that you would need for invoicing, for example?
Yeah, I mean, we briefly discussed repairs and so forth, and I mean, the F-150 was brought up, and how Troy was telling me what a good mechanic he was, and that he could fix anything, and he'd been having issues with this truck for quite some time, and had hired several other, or well, I don't know if he had officially hired them, but he had several other mechanics that he had come to the ranch periodically that attempted to fix it and got nowhere and spent a ton of his money in parts. And so he was pretty frustrated at that point, and I remember joking around with him that, okay, hopefully this is the guy that can finally fix it. So I mean, yeah, discussion along that was definitely had.
When you were there speaking with the defendant, did he say anything to you?
I mean, yeah, he introduced himself and said it was hi and it was nice to meet me finally, and he had heard what Troy had told him about me and that kind of thing, yes.
After that conversation, did you do something next? Did you go somewhere after you had the conversation with the defendant and
No.
Troy? Did you ever go to the bedroom?
Well, yes. I went to the bedroom, and that's where I stayed pretty much the rest of the evening until I left, or the rest of the night until I left.
When you went to the bedroom, how long was it before Troy Bennell met you in the bedroom?
It was pretty quick. I can't remember an exact time frame.
It wasn't hours, though.
No.
Would you say that was a matter of minutes?
I would probably say so.
When you saw Kevin Eastman, did you ever see a female there that night?
No.
What time did you go home in the morning?
Exact time, I guess I don't want to say because I don't really recall exactly what time it was, but it was late, and that was pattern. I mean, most of the time I went over there, it was usually a pretty long, drawn-out process, or Troy likes to talk a lot, so it was kind of usually the whole invoicing process in itself was kind of drawn out, and it was almost even hard to like get through one thing without getting off subject. So I knew I was going to be there a while, hence why I got the energy drink. So I mean, yeah, it was late. Like it was early. It was early in the morning before I left. I wasn't light out yet, but it was early in the morning.
And would that be on February 16th?
Yes.
When you say it was early in the morning, would you say that was about 4 or 5 in the morning?
Yes, I would say so.
Did he have a routine established with Mr. Bennell that when you left, you would call, or he would call you?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
Well, usually every morning when I left, I was just in a hurry to get out of there, and it was just typical to call on the way home. I mean, he wanted to make sure that I made it home okay, and I know it sounds silly, but driving home was kind of boring, so we would always just have a conversation on my way home until I got home about nothing much in general, just to talk.
Where do you live?
In Milliken.
So approximately how long would it take for you to get from Milliken to your place, or from Troy Bennell's place to your place in Milliken?
Between 20 and 30 minutes.
Would Troy talk to you the whole time?
Yes, typically.
And I want to make clear, when you went over to Mr. Bennell's house that night, did you stay up all night?
Yes.
Was there ever a point in time where you fell asleep?
No.
Were you working on inventory or invoicing the entire time that you were there?
Not the entire time, but throughout some, yes.
Were there other things that you were engaged in his bedroom?
Yes.
When did you find out that Troy's property was being searched?
Not until the next day, around noon, I want to say. Or I can't remember exactly what time it was, but it was well into the next day, which I believe was a Monday. I don't know what day the 16th was. But yeah, the next day, is when I found out that it was being searched.
So that would have been on February 16th.
Correct.
And how did you find out about that?
Within conversation with Troy directly.
Did you call Troy or did he call you?
Call. I called him the next day, but we had conversation prior to that via text.
Was it your practice to text him first and then call him?
I don't know that I would say that was my practice. Typically, I text way more than I call, just in general. But I mean, that day I did call him later on. But yeah, in the morning, I mean, our conversation was pretty much usually through text message, most of the time.
Did you ever see Heather Frank on February 15th or February 16th of 2020?
No,
Do you even know what she looks like?
no.
If I could have a moment, Judge. You did, in fact, meet the defendant on February 15th of 2020?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Can you please describe an item of clothing he is wearing and where he is seated?
A blue collared shirt, right over there.
And let the record reflect that the defendant's been identified subject to cross-examination.
Very well.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
So during the early stages of the investigation into this case, you spoke with officers, right?
Correct.
On several occasions?
I wouldn't say on several occasions, no.
So
Yeah.
so you spoke with Detective Meadows on February 16th of 2020, correct?
I don't know the name of them. On the 16th, you said?
Yes.
Yes, that would be correct.
And he came to your residence?
Correct, 2 of them did.
Okay. And then you spoke with one of those officers again on the phone after they came to your residence that same day?
As I recall, yes.
That officer called you 2 separate times with follow-up questions?
As I recall, yes.
And when you were first speaking with officers, you had already spoken with Mr. Bonnell at that point?
Correct.
Via text first, correct?
Correct.
And then later through phone calls that you made to him while he was at the sheriff's office, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bonnell, you knew he was being questioned by officers at the sheriff's office.
Correct.
And he told you you would likely be questioned too.
Correct.
And he told you that Mr. Eastman was apparently involved in a homicide.
Yes.
And so you weren't surprised when you were contacted by law enforcement later in the day,
No, not surprised.
because Mr. Bonnell had given you a heads up.
Yes.
So going back to the first time you spoke with the 2 investigators that came to your residence, you never told those investigators that you had been at Mr. Bonnell's house the night before at that time.
I believe I did when they came to my doorstep. I mean, again, it's been 2 years, so exactly what the conversation was to a T is a little bit of a blur, but as I recall, when they came to my doorstep and I stepped outside and spoke to them, I believe that was one of their very first questions as to where I was.
So your testimony today is that during that first conversation in person at your residence with investigators on February 16th of 2020, you did tell them that you were at Mr. Bonnell's residence the night before, February 15th into February 16th of 2020.
I can't say for sure, but I thought that was within one of their questions. I remember most of their conversation to me regarded Troy specifically and asked about hygiene and, a bunch of different questions.
Okay. And so it's your testimony that it was not, so ultimately at some point, the investigators asked you directly if you had been at Mr. Bonnell's the night before, correct?
Within that question, out on my doorstep?
At some
Or
point that day?
To be honest with you, I don't recall 100% if it was directly asked or not.
Okay. You didn't volunteer that information to law
No.
enforcement? Because you weren't supposed to be at Mr. Bonnell's residence.
Correct?
Because of the protection order that prohibited you from having face-to-face contact with him.
Correct.
And you were concerned about getting in trouble.
Correct.
You didn't want to get arrested.
Correct.
You didn't want to go to jail for violating the protection order.
Correct.
But even after you admitted that you were at Mr. Bonnell's residence, you weren't arrested that day.
Correct.
You thought everything was fine at that point.
I suppose you could say that.
But you did ultimately get arrested.
Later, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
You didn't get arrested for almost 3 months, is that right?
Correct.
You got arrested on May 7th of 2020?
I don't know the date, but probably.
Okay. And you got arrested when deputies brought you in for another interview regarding this case.
Yeah, I mean, I got arrested and it was really unclear as to what I was even being arrested for.
Okay.
And then, yes, before I was taken to the jail, I was brought in to be questioned.
Okay. By Sergeant Porter.
Correct.
So back in February of 2020, you were in a romantic relationship with Mr. Bonnell,
Yes,
and you were having an affair with him
correct,
because you were married to someone else.
correct,
And back in 2020, Mr. Bonnell was also your boss,
correct.
and he was your only source of income.
No,
Okay. He was a source of your income.
correct,
And your romantic relationship with Mr. Bonnell complicated your work for him as an employee.
at times,
Okay. And no, you're no longer in a relationship with Mr. Bonnell, correct?
correct,
You've distanced yourself from him
correct.
because that was a toxic relationship.
Overall,
So you knew Mr. Bonnell for about 3 years.
yeah, I suppose that sounds about right.
And in that time, you've certainly been to his home,
Correct,
and you've stayed over there.
correct,
And because you were dating him, you also had a chance to observe how he lives.
correct,
And you've described him as a pretty clean guy, right?
correct.
And you've never known him not to be cleanly.
For the most part,
Does his laundry regularly.
correct.
He has relatively good hygiene.
Judge, I'm going to object as to relevance at this point.
Your Honor, if we could have a Bluetooth conversation.
overrule the objection.
He has relatively good hygiene,
Overall,
and his showers regularly.
I would say so, but these are a little bit difficult for me to say 100% because even though, yes, we had a relationship and yes, I worked for him, and obviously it was apparent that I saw him quite often and had a lot to do with him. I'm a mom, and obviously, despite anything, that's like always been my number one priority. And so, I mean, there was a few times that I would stay overnight for sure, even with my children present, but it was not like we ever spent days with each other or, I mean, have I seen him shower while I'm there and stuff? Yes, but I don't see his day-to-day routine and never really did.
But you've been at his house and seen what it's like when you come over, right?
Correct.
And you've certainly, being in a relationship with him, been in close contact with him and would know whether or not he hadn't showered.
Yes,
So Mr. Bonnell's house is right next to Weld County Road 45, right?
correct,
It runs past his house on that west side.
correct,
And from his house, you can see the traffic as it passes on County Road 45.
yes,
And before you met Mr. Eastman, you had heard about him from Mr. Bonnell.
yes,
You knew that he was coming to work for Mr. Bonnell.
yes.
And you'd known that for about 2 weeks prior to the date that you met him.
I don't recall the exact time frame.
So, but you'd known about him before that day when Mr. Bonnell said, hey, you're going to meet him today.
I don't recall being told that I was going to meet him that day, no. I was told about him and he was who he was and what he was going to be doing and so forth was, brought to my attention.
Okay.
Because within the whole job aspect of working for him, I mean, he had to do truck repairs or anytime that he would do a repair, he would do paperwork on that. And I mean, obviously all of that was pretty important to like log for, I guess, tax purposes and I mean, just everything. And invoicing was my main job, but I mean, as a whole, I did many things for him, including try to rent out his storage yard. And
Okay.
so my job was pretty in-depth. So yes, I had heard about Mr. Eastman, but as far as being told I was going to meet him that day or a specific time frame, I do not recall.
Right. And so my question was, before you were told you were going to meet him, you already knew about him?
Yes.
And that he would be coming and working for Mr. Bonnell?
Yes,
And you'd heard about that approximately 2 weeks before the date you ultimately met him?
that's what I said in the statement, I guess. I don't remember the time frame, as I said.
Do you recall meeting with the district attorneys in this case and Sergeant Porter on December 20th of 2021?
I don't remember the date.
But you did meet with the district attorneys and with Sergeant Porter in anticipation of the first trial setting in this case, correct? Okay. And that trial was originally scheduled in January of this year.
Yes.
And so you met with them prior to the beginning of that trial, correct?
Yes.
That trial setting. And at that time, you were asked when you were told that Mr. Bonnell was hiring Mr. Eastman, and you said at least 2 weeks before, maybe, correct?
Okay.
What does that mean? Okay. Do you agree with her, or?
If, as I said, I don't recall exactly the time frame. If that's what my statement says, I know back at that time, I did give statements, and it was a lot more fresh in my memory at that time frame. So if that's what my statement says, then yes.
Okay. And when you got to Mr. Bonnell's home on February 15th, 2020, there was nothing that was out of place, right?
No.
And when you met Mr. Eastman, he was friendly?
Yes.
He wasn't acting weird?
No.
And after meeting Mr. Eastman, you went into Mr. Bonnell's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that it was pretty quick. You can't remember the exact time frame, but probably a matter of minutes, correct?
Correct.
And again, during that meeting that you spoke with the district attorney's office and Sergeant Porter in anticipation of the first trial setting, you were asked again about how long it was from when you first met Mr. Eastman to when you went into, how long it was when Mr. Bonnell came into the room after you had gone in there, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, when your memory was fresher, so you testified, it was 20 or 30 minutes before he came into the room, correct?
Correct.
So you had testified on direct examination that you and Mr. Bonnell did not sleep that evening of February 15th into February 16th early morning hours, correct?
Correct.
But you did try to lay down at 1 or 2 in the morning, correct?
Well, I mean, we laid on the bed, but at no point in time did I actually try to go to sleep.
Okay. And so you had, again, previously talked with Detective Meadows on the phone on February 16, 2020, correct?
Correct.
And again, the information was much more fresh in your mind at that point,
Correct.
because it had only been a matter of hours since you had been at Mr. Bonnell's residence.
Correct.
And when you were speaking with the detectives, you knew that they were investigating a homicide?
As I recall, yes.
And you knew it was an important investigation and important to be accurate, correct?
Well, yeah, correct.
And so your testimony today is that you never tried to sleep, correct? And that you tried to lay down, to try to sleep.
I mean, I don't recall actually trying to sleep. I mean, most nights that I was there on any given night, it wasn't ever really involving sleep.
Okay. Mr. Bonnell was really on edge.
I don't know that you could say that.
So it's your testimony today that Mr. Bonnell was not, let me ask you this, he was restless.
Well, correct. We were both up, yeah.
He was visibly stressing.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, so your testimony today is that Mr. Bonnell was not stressing that evening.
No, not that I recall.
Okay. So again, we talked about that time that you spoke with Detective Meadows on the phone, correct?
Correct.
When the information and the events were much more fresh in your mind, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you told, and at that time, you told Detective Meadows, and I quote, Troy kept frigging stressing about everything and he was kind of restless, correct?
If that's what I said, but that's a regular thing for Troy to do,
Okay.
is stress about most things. I mean, as I mentioned before, even with the whole task of paperwork, and it seems like everything was always drawn out because it gets there was a ton of things to handle, and instead of just focusing on one task at a time and completing that before you move on to the next seems logical to do in most situations in life. It seemed to be, I would get 10 things thrown at me at once, and yeah, it was a stressful time in general. So I suppose I said that.
Okay. And so it was a stressful time in general for Mr. Bonnell, and we'll get to the reasons why in just a moment. But it was stressful in general, correct?
Correct.
And he was acting stressed that evening.
I suppose so.
Okay. And he did not sleep at all that night.
Correct.
And it sounds like Mr. Bonnell is someone who gets easily stressed.
Yes.
And in your experience, when Mr. Bonnell is upset about something, it's pretty easy to tell.
Yes.
In your view, he's an emotional man,
Yes.
and he makes a big deal out of the smallest things.
At times.
For example, if you made an appointment and you weren't available to answer his calls, he'd get upset.
At times. Yes.
And it's when he's stressed, that's something that happens easier, correct?
Yes.
So the work that you did for Mr. Bonnell was invoicing. Correct.
In a nutshell.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess that oversimplifies it, but you were involved in his finances. You were aware of his finances, correct?
In ways, yes.
For the business, correct?
Correct.
As well as his personal finances?
In some regards.
Because there's a little bit of overlap between those.
Correct.
And in February of 2020, Mr. Bonnell's company was struggling financially.
Judge,
Yes.
objection, relevance.
So anything you'd like to say about that? It all seems like it's exceeding the scope of direct examination.
Your Honor, I do think this is relevant. It's been something that's been brought up with Mr. Bonnell himself, and it's merely corroboration.
It's merely what?
Corroboration of Mr. Bonnell's statement.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. The court's going to find it's not relevant under Rule 401. It's also exceeding the scope of direct examination.
So, as was alluded to on direct examination, sometimes when you go over to Mr. Bonnell's, you mix business with pleasure, right?
Yes.
And you were engaged in other things in the bedroom, was your testimony on direct examination.
Yes.
That evening, though, you did not bring a bag with sex toys to his home.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
When you left, when you were interviewed by law enforcement back in 2020, you were really concerned, actually, when you were arrested in 2020, you were really concerned about not getting in trouble, correct?
Absolutely.
Both in February and of May of 2020.
Yes.
And you were highly motivated to stay out of jail
Yes.
because you didn't want to be away from your kids.
Yes.
Because as we heard, they're your number one priority.
Correct.
And apart from the typical reasons that anyone would want to stay out of trouble, there were very specific reasons it was important for you not to get wrapped up in anything, right?
Yes.
So in February of 2020, you were on a deferred sentence, correct?
Yes.
Which is a probation sentence that if you violate that, you could have a permanent conviction on your record, right?
As I recall being told, yes.
And you could be subject to an additional jail penalty.
Yes.
And you also had 5 pending criminal cases, correct?
Correct.
And those cases were all in Weld County
Correct.
and were all prosecuted by the Weld County District Attorney's Office.
Correct.
And in May of 2020, you were serving, at the time you were arrested, you were serving sentences for 4 criminal cases.
Correct.
You were on probation,
Correct.
and you were serving an electric home monitoring jail sentence.
Yes.
And you didn't want to mess that up.
Yes.
Because you were told if you messed up at all, you thought you'd do 2 years in jail.
Yeah.
And when you were interviewing with law enforcement, you were worried about what might happen to those sentences and with your cases if you got in additional trouble.
Yes.
That was something you were actively thinking about during those interviews,
Yes.
especially in May, right after you got arrested, right?
Yes.
Because when you were talking with Detective Porter that day you got arrested, you were concerned about the impact this arrest would have on your electric home monitoring sentence.
Correct.
You were worried also that your ankle monitor would show that you were out of location because you weren't at your home.
Yes.
And you thought the new charges could impact your probation as well
Yes.
and might cause it to get revoked.
Yes.
And if it got revoked, you could go to jail.
Yes.
And on May 7th of 2020, when you were interviewing with Sergeant Porter, you asked him to help you.
I don't recall exactly asking him to help me directly, no. I recall being very much so concerned about my own situation, despite being questioned about another serious matter. As understandably so, I feel like anybody would be. So yes, I was very concerned about my own situation and what I was going through. And I recall possibly saying something like, if there's nothing you can do for me, I don't really have anything else to say.
You asked him, are you able to help me at all?
Okay, if those are the exact words that I used, then correct.
Okay. You asked him multiple times if he could help you with your cases. Correct?
I suppose so.
And he promised that he'd relay your cooperation to the district attorney.
Correct.
And Detective Porter, now Sergeant Porter's promises to tell the DA you were cooperative made you hope the DA would be lenient with you on your pending cases.
I wouldn't really say I was hopeful of that. I kind of figured at that point, unfortunately, I was definitely worried, and it is what it is, or it was what it was. But obviously, yeah, that would be the best case scenario, hopefully.
And the best case scenario would have been you avoiding going to jail.
Correct.
And you did avoid getting sentenced to actual physical jail, correct?
Correct.
After the February 2020 interview with law enforcement, you got a resolution from the district attorney's office that avoided actual jail.
Correct.
You got a probation sentence, correct?
Correct.
And after you were charged with a new case for violating a protection order, you didn't get any additional jail as a result of that sentence.
Correct.
And your probation sentences were not revoked, correct?
Correct.
And you're grateful for that outcome.
Yes.
If I could have a moment. Nothing further, thank you.
Thanks. Can you redirect?
Briefly.
I want to be clear with you, Miss Edmonds. Neither Mr. Wren nor I told you that you would get any kind of specific disposition on your cases. Is that right?
Correct.
Detective Porter never told you that he was going to give you something specific about a disposition on your cases.
Correct.
And in fact, you were still on electric home monitoring, weren't you?
Yes.
That didn't change.
Correct.
And despite all of that, you understood that you were giving information regarding a homicide, correct?
I'll lower the objection.
Correct.
And based upon all of that, you still elected to talk about what was going on with you and Mr. Bennell
Correct.
and admit that that protection order had been violated.
Well, correct, because at that point, as we mentioned before, I mean, I didn't want to do anything to get even further in trouble. And obviously not telling the truth wasn't going to do justification for myself or anybody. So correct.
Right. I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Edmonds.
Thanks. Any recross on those limited issues?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you. We appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May she be excused from her subpoena?
Yes, Judge, she may be excused from our subpoena.
Ms. Deborah? Ms. Morris?
Not from the defense. She's on our subpoena.
So, Ms. Edmonds, you may be subject to recall by the defense, okay?
Okay, and when will I be notified of that?
Why don't I have them let you know now? Can we notify her before she leaves?
You just go for here.
Maybe you can speak to her outside? Thank you. Next witness, please.
Judge, the people are going to call Mark Geyer to the stand.
Ms. Guthrie?
You're welcome to stand and stretch if you like during this short break here.
Here, can we go on Bluetooth?
Yeah. We just need to take care of some housekeeping. I would call it housekeeping or legal issues. It's going to be about a 10-minute break. And so I realize it's a little bit early for a morning break, but we just need to do this at this time. So I just want to remind you once again, please don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any independent research. Don't read or listen to any news reports of the trial. And finally, do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back in about, I'm guessing, no more than 10 minutes. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, we'll be recessed for about 10 minutes.
let you know that, so you have good fun in the room.
Let's go back on the record. Let's see, it's 10:15 a.m. We're outside the presence of the jury. The parties are all present. And has that issue been resolved? Are we ready to bring the jurors in?
Yes.
Ms. Devereaux?
Yes.
Ms. Devereaux?
Yes, you had an opportunity to watch it, just so the court knows, it's about 2 minutes long.
Okay.
Our only request would be that I think it could be slightly misleading and prejudicial to the jury that they're only being seen this one clip through this witness. So I would just request that the court tell them the purpose of this clip is to show a consistent statement. So the purpose of the entire clip being shown, just so that there's not any confusion or any prejudice to Mr. Eastman as to why I did not show the entire interview by Mr. Bonnell. Obviously, jurors are laymen, they wouldn't understand why I couldn't just press play and let them see the whole interview. I just don't want jurors to think that I am misleading them or misrepresenting anything because I did not show the entire interview.
Ms. Guthrie?
Judge, frankly, we have no objection to showing the entire interview. That has been our position from the very beginning. And I don't believe, based on prior consistent statement, that the court needs to instruct the jury as to anything.
Yeah, nor do I. So if it is going to come in under Colorado Rule of Evidence 801D1, subsection B, prior consistent statement, I don't think there's any legal requirement for the court to let the jurors know what the purpose of the limited testimony of the next witness is. You can certainly, if you choose to, cross-examine him on that issue.
Cross-examine who?
The witness?
Detective Schall?
Yes.
I'm not sure how he would know that, though. Other than he's sitting here. I don't even know how that conversation or how that direct would look or cross would look.
Yeah.
Other than, I mean, is the court inviting me to say, you were sitting here in court before the jury came out and you heard that this is being offered only for a consistent statement?
What I'm saying is that there's no requirement in the law to let the jurors know that this is a prior consistent statement of Mr. Bonnell. If you want to cross-examine him on that prior consistent statement, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Okay.
Let's bring the jurors in.
Yes.
Please rise.
Welcome to be seated. I very much apologize for the delay. I promised you 10 minutes. That's what I believe also. Some technical issues, and so we'll just use that as our morning break. But again, I value your time, and had I known it would have been longer, I would have let you know, so I'm sorry. Prosecution may call their next witness.
The people call Detective Tyler Schall to the stand.
Good morning. Before you sit down, I'm going to swear you in as a witness.
Yes, sir.
If you could please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. And you're welcome to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Tyler Schall. My last name is spelled Schall.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Deputy Schall, where were you working on February 16th of 2020?
At that time and presently, I worked for the Larimer County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with Larimer County Sheriff's Office since 2015.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Prior to that, I was a Longmont police officer since 2009.
I want to ask you further about whether you are an investigator or detective, or do they have a different name for you at the Larimer County Sheriff's Department?
My title is investigator. My job duties are those that would be called detective at many other agencies.
Investigator Schall, back on February 16th of 2020, did you interview Troy Bunnell?
Yes, I did.
Part of that interview, did you discuss with him what was found on his property?
I did.
At that point in time, was there a reaction from him?
There was.
Was it, or can you explain his manner and demeanor to the jury?
Yes, Mr. Bonnell and I had kind of a very calm conversation. It was very conversational in tone. Mr. Bonnell was tired, and his body language throughout the interview was kind of relaxed. He was
Objection,
often...
702.
So the jurors need to understand that he's not an expert in body language. He's simply giving his lay opinion regarding his observations of Mr. Bunnell on the evening he's discussing. So I'll overrule the objection.
He was leaning back in his chair and kind of had his arms crossed. When I told him that we found a body on his property, he had an immediate reaction. He sat up, he leaned forward, he raised his voice, and his eyes widened a little bit.
I'm handing you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 234. If I could approach, Judge.
Sure.
Investigator Schall, do you recognize People's Exhibit 234?
I do.
And is that a specific clip, approximately 2 minutes or less than 2 minutes, of Mr. Bunnell and his reaction and statements to you back on February 16th of 2020 when you informed him there was a dead body on his property?
Yes, it is.
Is it an accurate reflection of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people move to admit People's Exhibit 234 and ask for permission to publish.
The objection?
No.
234 is admitted into evidence. You're welcome to publish.
Thank you.
Your Honor, for some reason, we're still having a technical difficulty, so if we could request to publish at a later time and move on to the next witness.
Well, it's going to be any cross-examination, and if so, is there going to be cross with regard to that DVD?
I would request that the government work through their difficulties and play it now.
And if we need to take another short break, I'm not going to tell you 10 minutes or how long it's going to be, but we can certainly do that. I think we've all been in a position where technology has not worked for us.
Oh, it's the same one. If you want, you're welcome to stand and stretch. You guys want to go back into the jury room for a couple of minutes until we're ready? A little bit more freedom. All right, let's do that. Why don't we have you go back into the jury room? Hopefully we'll get this resolved soon. Notice I didn't give you a time period. All right, so we'll just be off the record for a couple of minutes, hopefully.
Just waiting for my judicial assistant to return and bring the jurors in. Okay.
I think I gave you.
Okay, welcome to be seated. See, we're now in the presence of the jury, and you're welcome with your direct examination or publishing of the exhibit.
We published People's Exhibit 234 at this time.
Thank you.
Yeah. So here's the thing, you know, I know it feels like I've been stalling for time here, and I have a little bit. Because sometimes I get information that I'm not allowed to share, and I gotta wait until they let me share it.
Okay.
So when they were doing the search property, they did find a body.
What?
Yes, sir. And
Where?
I'm not sure. Obviously, I wasn't there. I've been here with you, but they
What
also
the
tell me
fuck?
that they found a body out on your property. They believe it's a female, so obviously you know what we're thinking. That it's Heather, and so that's like
Jesus fucking Christ!
yeah.
Why didn't you tell me that shit?
Well, I only heard about 2 breaks ago, and then I had to get my boss to authorize me to tell you.
Oh, you do?
So that's just, you've been so patient with us, and I wanted to explain to you why this is extending, right?
Yeah, but I got nothing to do with this shit.
Okay.
I mean, I'm the fucking like this motherfucker, man.
I could see if I was in your position, I'd be pissed too. Like,
Yeah, I don't deserve this shit.
I'm sure, kind of like you're beyond tired.
Yeah.
But hopefully that helps you to understand why I need your help and
I'm telling you,
with me.
fucking goddamn, bro.
Yeah. So
Where?
I
know my property
I
pretty
can work
well.
on finding out a little more
All right.
information on that outside somewhere. Beyond that, like I say, I literally don't know. I get little snippets of information, quick phone calls with my boss when I'm out of the room, right? So remember I said,
On my fucking
boss
property.
calling me. Yeah. Yes, sir. So, let's.
Dude, I'm fucking.
So you know nothing about it?
Fuck no.
Okay. And I have no reason not to believe you.
No.
So let's.
Is that how you remember it,
It is.
Detective Schall?
I'm
Sorry, is that how you remember it, Detective Schall?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Okay, one moment, please.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
And sir, this was your first time meeting Mr. Bonnell, correct?
It was.
You had no prior history with Mr. Bonnell, personally?
No, this was some ways into our interview, but I hadn't met him before that day.
Before that day, you had never met Mr. Bonnell?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when you spoke about his body language on direct examination, again, you have no source of comparison?
No, I was just speaking as to what I observed.
And because you had no interactions with Mr. Bonnell before this day, which was February 16th, 2020, you were not aware of any reputation that he had for truthfulness?
No, the Weld County guys mentioned that he had.
Objection, Judge. Relevance, and if he doesn't have any information about character for truthfulness, then they really can't talk about that.
Sustained.
Nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm sorry, any redirect?
No, Judge, he may step down.
Wait, any questions from the jury? Okay, you're welcome to step down. Appreciate your time. Is he still subject to recall by the prosecution?
Not from the people.
Ms. Devereaux?
From ours.
He is under our subpoena, and we will be recalling him.
Thank you. So you may be recalled. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Your Honor, the people would call Deputy Mark Geyer.
Good morning. Before you sit down, if you could please raise your right hand, and do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? I do. Thanks. Why don't you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. And once you're settled in, if I can have you please introduce yourself to this jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Sure. My name is Mark Geyer, Geyer.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Deputy Geyer, can you tell the jury where you currently work?
For the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked for the Weld County Sheriff's Office?
A little over 16 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, ma'am, I did not.
In this particular case, are you an investigator with the Weld County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
You're in investigations
Correct.
currently. Back on February 16th of 2020, were you involved in an interview with Deputy Tyler Schall of the Larimer County Sheriff's Department related to Troy Bunnell?
Yes, I interviewed Mr. Bonnell just after Detective Schall did.
During the period of that interview, Did you swab Mr. Bonnell's hands for gunshot residue?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit number 108, if I could approach.
Yes.
Detective Geyer, is that 108 the GSR kit that you use to swab somebody?
Yes, it is.
So just to be clear, the acronym GSR, why don't you again let us know what that means?
The gunshot residue.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd also object as to vague in terms of, I believe Ms. Guthrie's question was whether he used it to swab somebody.
Whether you used it to swab Mr. Bonnell?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jury, first of all, how that process works?
Sure. It's almost like a little hand stamp, if you will, and you place it on the inside of the palms of someone's hand as well as the backside on the top of the hand. And what that does is it collects any sort of gunshot residue or gunpowder. Even if it's not visible to the naked eye, it can collect that, and then it can be tested to show that there possibly was or wasn't gunshot residue on somebody.
Was Mr. Bonnell cooperative with giving you that gunshot residue swab?
Yes, very cooperative.
Did you take that swab from him?
Yes, I did.
And People's Exhibit number 108, is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, ma'am, it appears so.
Did that also go to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
I do not know. I did not submit it. I believe so by the tag on it, but I did not submit it.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 108.
Any objection?
Yes, lack of foundation and speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
Ms. Guthrie, what would you like to say?
Judge, he stated that he personally did the swabbing himself, that is in the same or substantially the same condition as when he swabbed, that it had gone to CBI, it has a tag related to that. I've laid and substantially complied with the rule.
Do you want to voir dire, Ms. Devereaux? If not, I'll rule on the
No, thank
objection.
you.
So the court's going to overrule the objection, find that a proper foundation has been laid, 108 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. After you took that swab from him, did you also take a buccal swab?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jury what a buccal swab is?
Sure. Those basically is a long Q-tip that you swab inside somebody's mouth on both sides of the inside of the cheek, and that collects the person's DNA from inside the mouth.
Was Mr. Bonnell cooperative with that process?
Yes, very.
I'm handing you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 107, if I could approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Detective Geyer, is that the buccal swab that you took from Mr. Bonnell on February 16th of 2020 when you were interviewing him?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you took it?
Yes.
Is there some label there that indicates that it has been to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
Yes, there is.
And this is something that you logged in, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 107.
Any objection?
No, sir, thank you.
107 is admitted.
Related to the GSR kit, do you swab anything other than their hands?
I believe I did his face as well.
And do you also do their forehead?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Not based on that very limited direct examination, but he is under our subpoena, and given the limitations of that direct examination, we will be recalling him.
Okay, very good. Any questions? Looks like there's a question, Christina. Okay, so the court is going to respectfully deny or decline question number 16 from the juror. Anything else for this witness? Okay, you are welcome to step down. We appreciate your time.
And he is released from the people's subpoena.
But subject to the defense subpoena. Thank you. Next witness, please.
People call Kevin Hoyland to the stand.
Good morning. If I can please have you come to the witness stand. And I'll swear you in if you please raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, sir, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jurors by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Sure. My name is Kevin Hoyland, Hoyland.
Thank you. Welcome to examine.
Thank you.
Morning, sir. If I could have you tell this jury what it is you do for a living and where you are employed.
Sure. I am a special agent with the FBI based in Boston.
And what is your title? Is there anything beyond special agent? Or?
No,
Okay.
That's it.
Not that that's not enough. How long have you been a special agent with the FBI?
Since 2012.
Can you describe your educational degrees and background, please?
I have an undergrad degree in finance, a master's degree, an MBA, and I also have a CPA license.
Are you currently assigned to a specialized unit within the FBI?
I am.
And what is that unit?
It's called the CAST team, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
And what is historical cell site analysis?
Historical cell site analysis is the crux of what CAST does. CAST is a specialized unit within the FBI that is tasked with analyzing phone records provided by the cell phone companies to understand the general location of where a phone was when it had made or received calls historically.
Okay. And what is the purpose behind analyzing historical cell sites?
The primary purpose is to, again, understand the general location of where a phone was in support of investigations. The CAST unit is called upon when Amber Alerts go out to help locate kidnapped children, to find fugitives of justice, and sometimes to locate locations of interest to an investigation, such as a crime scene that may not be previously known.
And do other FBI agents request your assistance in doing that?
Yes, they do.
Do local police agencies also come to you for analysis?
They do as well.
How many people are part of the CAST unit at the FBI?
There's approximately 75 people within the country that are CAST certified. Of those, 15 are like myself, a national asset where I do this work full time. The other 60 do it as an ancillary duty, similar to SWAT team or evidence response. They have their own caseload, but then they also do CAST on the side.
How long have you been in the position of a national asset?
I've been a national asset since 2019, and I became certified as a member of CAST in 2016.
And as part of CAST, have you received any specialized training regarding cellular telephones, cell technology, and historical cell site analysis?
Yes, I have. As part of our certification process, we are exposed to individuals within the telecom industry that create software or other tools that telecoms use. Additionally, we get training directly from the phone companies themselves, so the Verizons, T-Mobiles, AT&Ts of the world. come to our training with their engineers and subpoena compliance folks and walk us through how their networks are designed and how they operate and how the records that we see at the end of the day come to be. Additionally, I've had extensive on-the-job training as well. I utilize these techniques and these tools every day.
Approximately how many cases have you been called upon to determine the location of a cell phone?
Hundreds.
This is what you do all day, every day, is that right?
All day, every day. I'm a phone nerd.
Have you used historical records of the type that you've been discussing to do the things such as locate fugitives and missing persons that you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I've successfully utilized the records the phone companies provide to do just that, to locate children who've been kidnapped or otherwise missing, to find fugitives. It's something that goes on every day, unfortunately.
And are you involved in training others in how to utilize cell records to identify the location of cellular telephones?
Yes, I've I've led formal training, if you will, into these techniques and tools to approximately 350 law enforcement personnel, both at the local, state, federal, and international levels during my time.
And after conducting these type of analyses, are you often called into court to testify about what you found?
I am.
And have you been qualified as an expert in the area of historical cell site analysis in various courts around the country?
I have.
Approximately how many times and which courts?
25, including here in Weld previously. Other states include Wyoming, Nebraska, Arizona, Massachusetts, North Carolina, both at the state and federal level.
Were you previously based here in Colorado?
I was. I worked out of the Loveland office.
And were you in that office at the time you became involved in this case?
I was.
Are you now in a different satellite office?
Yeah, I now work out of our Boston division.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would offer Special Agent Hoyland as an expert in historical call detail analysis and cellular technology.
Thank you. Any voir dire or any objection?
No, sir, thank you.
So the court's going to find that Special Agent Hoyland, based on his knowledge, skill, training, experience, and education, is an expert in the subject matter indicated by the prosecution and may offer an expert opinion with regard to that subject matter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hoyland, did you complete a historical cell site analysis for this case?
I did.
And can you briefly tell the jurors how a cell phone works and communicates with a cellular network?
Sure. So the cell phone that we have sitting in our pocket, when on, is constantly scanning its environment. And it's using radio frequencies to do that. So while our phone is like a mini computer now, where you can surf the web and do all these cool things, at its most basic level, it's just a handheld radio. And while that phone is scanning its environment, it's looking at the towers in the area for the cleanest and clearest signal. And as the phone, as you go to hit send on a call or a text or whatever, that information is shot from your phone to that tower it's identified via radio frequency. And then that message, your voice, whatever it might be, continues on through the network and ends up at the destination, whoever you're talking to. All of that transacts in microseconds, and that allows us to talk freely back and forth on the phone. But at its most basic level, that is all that that phone is doing. It is just talking to that tower and exchanging radio frequencies back and forth.
Okay. And we've all seen them, but what is the function, what is a cellular tower doing?
So the cell tower, as many of you have probably seen on the side of the road, the big ugly thing, is purely there to receive that information from the phone and then to push information back down to the phone. So if you're talking to somebody, you need to be able to hear them respond to you. The cell tower pushes that via radio frequency down to your device. And so it's a back and forth that is constantly ongoing between your phone and the tower. But that's its primary role.
Okay. And is that constant back and forth taking place only when you're actively texting or only when you are actively engaged in a phone call or other times as well?
Other times as well.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. So for your phone, for the network to know that your phone is there, when you turn your phone on, it registers with the network. It basically waves a flag and says, hey, Verizon, I'm over here. The phone and the tower exchange what is called signaling events or signaling messages. And that helps get both the phone and the tower in sync with one another, because your phone's message needs to show up at the tower when it expects it. If your signaling message shows up too late or too early, the tower won't be ready to handle it. And so all of that is going on behind the scenes, excuse me, irrespective of whether or not you're in a phone call or you're sending a text message. Your phone and the tower are more or less always talking, especially nowadays with our smartphones, because in the background, we have apps that are running. We may not be doing something with our app, but information is being exchanged between that app and the server. And to do that, it needs to transit radio frequency from your phone to that tower.
Does a phone always use the cell tower closest to it at the moment?
Not always, no. Again, the phone is searching for the cleanest and clearest signal. And so you would expect that the tower closest would provide that. Radio frequency, as it propagates or moves away from a tower, starts to degrade. It gets worse and worse. So the closer to a tower, theoretically, the best signal you have. One example I like to give, though, is imagine you're standing in an office building and you're standing at a window and you see a cell tower a mile away from your window, clear as day. There's nothing between you and that tower. Now, on the other side of that office building, maybe a half mile away, there might be another cell tower that your phone can see. But that radio frequency has to go through concrete and rebar and the other half of that office to reach the closer tower. It would likely pick the one that's farther away because it provides that cleaner and clearer signal. There are no obstructions between it.
There are different cell phone companies that provide cellular service, correct?
That's correct.
And do the different companies use different types of technology to do what you're describing?
The fundamental principle of what I just described is identical. It is part of the protocol within the cellular global community. There is a set of rules that says this is how a cell network and a cell tower and a cell phone need to operate. Each company can make slight tweaks to it depending on sort of what they want to do or how they want to do things, but the fundamental principles that I just explained are consistent across all.
Okay. And you reviewed some phone records in this case that we'll get to in a moment.
Yes.
Correct? Were all of the phones that were reviewed in this case Verizon phones?
They were.
Okay, or cellular connectivity was provided by Verizon. Is that a better way to say it?
Yeah, all the phones were Verizon associated devices. So, and it's an important distinction. When you see a cell tower, not every carrier operates off of that tower. In many cases, it's just going to be one. So your Verizon phone, you could be standing right next to an AT&T tower, and your phone is never going to see that AT&T tower. It's only going to be scanning its environment for Verizon towers.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what timing advance technology is?
Sure. So timing advance is the technical name for what I alluded to previously about how the phone and the tower talk to one another. Timing advance is a mechanism which the phone and the tower utilize so that they're in sync. Think of a reservation at a restaurant. You have a reservation at 8 o'clock, but you live 10 minutes away. If you leave at 7:52, you're going to be late. They might give your table away. If you leave at 7:45, you might show up 5 minutes early and your table's not ready. Timing advance allows for the phone signaling event, the shooting of the radio frequency to the tower, to arrive at the right time. The tower says, hey phone, you sent your message at this time, it showed up here, you need to send your message 2 microseconds earlier so it'll show up at the right time, the time I'm ready to listen. Not to get too scientific, but the way the tower handles all the phones that it's trying to manage at once, it gives them time slots, amongst other things. And so your signal needs to show up at the right time slot, otherwise it generates interference on the tower with the other phones. So timing advance is merely that principle of, hey phone, you need to leave your house to make sure you make it to the restaurant on time.
And do all the different cell phone providers use this timing advance technology in some form?
Yeah, they have to. It's a standard part of how phones and towers communicate. So everyone uses it. It's a part of the scientific principles of phones.
And are each of those technologies patent to that unique cell phone provider?
Each phone company refers to it slightly differently. They may have additional tools that they utilize for that timing advance, but at the end of the day, timing advance is timing advance, no matter who you're talking about.
It's all the same scientific principles, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What is the form of Verizon's version of timing advance technology?
Verizon refers to it as RTT, real-time tool. It's sort of a catch-all for them. RTT is software that they utilize to manage their network. Timing advance is one component of that. But generally, everyone refers to timing advance with Verizon as RTT data.
And what was the purpose behind Verizon creating RTT?
For them, it's to help manage their network, as I mentioned. They can use timing advance data to understand if there's dead spots in their coverage. All customers, all of a sudden, they get to this sort of general area and their phone call drops. We may want to put a new tower in. We may want to configure the towers that are around so that our customers don't have drop calls. They use RTT data to help improve their network and make business decisions essentially.
And how would it impact Verizon if their RTT data that is provided was not accurate?
Objection relevance.
How long will the objection?
Well, it would impact their ability to make business decisions at a minimum. If the timing advance didn't work, your phone wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to make phone calls, send text messages, surf the web, because your phone would not be in sync with that tower. Your messages wouldn't show up at the right time.
And is it this timing advance technology, or in Verizon's case, the RTT data, that the CAST unit or the FBI has been using to locate the position of phones at different times?
Yes. CAST first learned of this prior to CAST even originating. In 2009, one of my colleagues was looking for a child that went missing on Christmas. One of the neighbors was a Verizon employee and stated, hey, we have this data, it might be helpful. Once we looked at the data, or my colleague looked at the data in conjunction with the Verizon employee, they noticed that this RTT data ended up intersecting with where her body was subsequently recovered. The CAST unit was then stood up the next year.
And when was that?
2010.
And have you and your colleagues been using timing advance data to include the RTT data of Verizon to locate phones ever since?
That is correct.
What information is received in Verizon's RTT records for a particular phone that is relevant to you conducting a historical call detail analysis?
So there's the files themselves are giant Excel spreadsheets that have tons and tons of columns of data and sometimes hundreds of thousands of rows. But all we as law enforcement look at is the timestamp. When did this event get recorded? When did it occur? The cell tower and the sector that recorded the event. And then what separates RTT data from a lot of other data sets is it provides the distance away from the tower as measured by the network. So you would see...
Distance of what away from the tower?
Of the phone, of the handset. So it would say at, noon on, today's date, XYZ phone was 3.15 miles away from a tower and sector.
And is that only produced when a phone is in use, such as a telephone call or a text message or something else? Or is that kind of data also produced when this phone is just doing the signaling process that you talked about earlier?
Yeah, there's really a multitude of different reasons as to why signaling events would occur. Obviously, making phone calls or sending text messages could be one of them. Using your phone for data, such as surfing the web, would be others. The device registering could be another one. Moving to a new area could be other ones. Just the device moving and seeing another tower as maybe being a better tower. The network itself can also decide to hand a phone off to a neighboring tower to manage, the load on the towers. There's a litany of reasons as to why signaling events would occur, and that data would be recorded in the RTT logs.
Okay. And then, as part of an investigation, is law enforcement able to get these RTT logs that you just mentioned?
Yes, Verizon keeps Verizon says they keep it for 8 days, which is correct. They keep some additional data related to it for 30 days, but the majority of it is kept for only 8 days.
And when you say the majority of it, are you referring to the RTT data?
Sorry, yes, that is correct.
And does that include content of text messages and what you're searching on the web, or does it simply include the distance the phone is from the tower and the sector on the tower being utilized and that kind of thing?
Yes, it's merely the transactional data. It is nothing about what a person might be doing with the phone at that time or even who's holding the phone. It just gives you a phone number, cell tower, a sector on a cell tower, and then that distance.
Can you talk a little bit more about sectors?
Sure. The majority of towers out there, when I say cell towers, they are becoming smaller and smaller. No, you're not seeing many really giant towers built anymore. You're seeing smaller towers, if you will, cell sites, on top of buildings, on top of light posts. The footprint of each tower is becoming smaller and smaller. But the cell sites themselves are often broken up into sectors. So imagine if you are looking down on top of a cell site, imagine that cell site's a circle. If you divided that circle into 3 parts, each side would be approximately 120 degrees. Each of those parts is considered a sector, and it has a unique identifier. And that identifier shows up in these records that we look at. So not only are we able to say, hey, it utilized a particular tower at a fixed location, but now we know it used sector 1, let's say, that points north. Every tower and sector configuration could be different, but in general, that is, so how towers are laid out.
And does Verizon keep track of where every tower is located and what orientation every sector is pointed to?
They do.
And do they provide that kind of information in their RTT logs?
As a byproduct of a search warrant return, they would include the locations of their towers, commonly known as like a tower list.
So, based on that type of information that you just described, can you determine the general location of a cell phone at a specific time in the past, on different days in the past, by analyzing these RTT records or the RTT data and then mapping those locations?
I can.
Can you explain how you do that?
Sure. We take the records as provided. In this case, it was Verizon. We take the tower lists, which say, tower 1, 2, 3 has an address of, 10 Main Street. Then they give you the latitude and longitude of where that tower actually sits, because sometimes it's not right on the street, sometimes it's off a ways. But then they also tell us how many sectors are on that tower and which direction each sector faces. And so we take that cell ID that they gave us, compare it to the cell ID that shows up in the RTT data or the CDRs, the call detail records, which is another data set that merely just shows who called who and when, but it includes the tower and sector. And we can say, okay, well, at noon on this day, this tower and sector handled this particular phone call. And so we look on a map and say, all right, this is where that lat long is. This is the direction the sector faces. Okay. The phone had to have been in the dominant coverage area of that tower and sector because the phone shows that tower and sector at the time. Look at the other towers in the area, and we can begin to generalize over time where a phone was at particular times.
Can you only pinpoint the broad sector, or the pie that the sector creates, or can you specifically identify a general distance from the tower that the phone is within that pie?
Yeah, so specific to the RTT data, they own the Verizon's column just says that the phone is a half mile from the tower. So what we do is we draw an arc a half a mile off of that tower and sector. So we can't say that the phone's on one side of the arc or the other side of the arc or in the middle or where it is on this band. But Verizon is telling us that that's how far away from the tower they recorded the phone at that time.
Okay. And were you provided with a number of RTT data for different phones associated with this case and asked to analyze those?
I was.
And in doing so, did you generate a report documenting where different phones were at different times?
I did.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you also provided with some GPS tracking records related to a specific device that was placed on a vehicle at the time?
Yes, I was.
And did you consider that data as well?
I did.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would just ask to make a record via Bluetooth before this evidence is admitted.
Sure.
Thank you.
Again, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Agent Hoyland, I've just shown you what's been previously marked for identification as People's Exhibit 176. Is that a copy of the report you generated in this case?
Yes, it appears to be so.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of what you provided my office with respect to your analysis of the relevant cell phones and tracking device in the Kevin Eastman investigation?
It is.
People would offer Exhibit 176 into evidence.
Anything else, Ms. Devereaux?
No, thank you.
Thank you. 176 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And people are going to request to publish, and I'm going to be going through the various pages of that report, and I would ask, we've made copies for the jurors and counsel, I would ask to individually distribute those.
Sure. Christina will assist you. All I would ask is that you simply follow along with what's being discussed as opposed to reading ahead or behind. Sure.
Judge, can we have a conversation via Bluetooth again?
Yes. So we provided you with copies just because it's a little bit more efficient during the testimony of this witness. The question is whether you can take notes. You can take notes of anything you want during the trial. Take notes in your notebooks, not on the exhibit, because after the testimony of this witness, we're going to be collecting those exhibits back from you. That exhibit back from you, the original exhibit, which was admitted into evidence, will go back into the jury deliberation room for all of you to see, okay? So if you're going to take notes, take it on your notebook, not on the copies we made for you, which we'll be getting back from you after this witness finishes. You're welcome to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'm also going to ask that we publish 176 up on the screen to the right if it's going to be easier for the witness to refer to the plasma as we move through the report.
Special Agent, if it's necessary, we do have a pointer that you can utilize.
Thank you.
All right. We've talked about some of the information that is contained in the first couple of pages already, so I want to jump forward a little bit in your report, starting with page 4. You've given us a general overview of how the sectors work. Does page 4 provide additional information, and would it assist you in explaining to the jury how RTT data is generated?
Yes, so as I had mentioned previously, the concept or the idea of looking down onto a cell tower or a cell site, this is just another way to visualize it. Most towers, again, are broken up into 3 sectors. Verizon provides us the direction each sector faces, and that direction is drawn as the center of each of these sectors. So, for instance, if we were looking at this tower, Verizon would say that this sector, sector 2, is 120 degrees, right? So it faces roughly 4 o'clock. That concept is going to be shown over and over and over again in all the subsequent maps that I had done, but it's one way to visualize it.
If I could have you jump to page 10. Well, actually, before we go there, I apologize. Page 6. Did you document in your report the various cell phone numbers that you received data for and that were considered and used in your analysis in this case?
Yes, it did.
All right, starting with page 6, why don't you tell us about the various cell phone records that you received and used in this case?
So as you can see on the screen here, I received information from Larimer County related to a phone number that they had told me was associated with Mr. Stanley Sessions. The information for the subscriber, it was provided by Verizon themselves. And then at the bottom there, you see that there's a particular date range in my report where I analyzed the records associated with that phone number.
And then page 7, if you could provide the same kind of overview of the information you considered there.
That's correct. For Ms. Frank, phone number ending 4394 was provided to me, again from Larimer County. Subscriber information provided by Verizon in their return.
And so when you say the subscriber information included in the records that you received from Verizon was the information that this phone number was, the subscriber for this phone number was Heather Frank at that address, is that correct?
That's correct, with an effective start date for that phone number of September 23rd, with a disconnect date of June 1st of 2020.
And turning to page 8. Were these additional records that you considered?
Yes, these were records for Mr. Bunnell. Phone number ending 8324, again provided to me by Larimer County. The information for the subscriber was provided by Verizon in their return to Larimer County.
And the subscriber information was related that the cell phone number was owned and operated by Bunnell Field Services LLC at that address, is that correct?
Yes, and I misspoke. I said Larimer County. Mr. Bunnell's records actually got from Detective Porter with Weld County. My apologies.
Page 9 in your report, please.
This phone number ending 2600 was again provided to me from Larimer County and Weld County, but it was provided to me and associated with Mr. Eastman. The subscriber information from Verizon lists Mr. Eastman's name with an address in Greeley with effective dates and disconnect dates.
There's an address in Greeley under the subscriber information, but was there also contact address information provided in those subscriber records?
Yes, there was 2 different addresses associated with that particular number per Verizon.
And the contact address was 2162 35th Avenue Court in Greeley, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. If you could then turn to page 10 and tell us what you are depicting here and what you're trying to help the jury understand by providing the information in this page.
Sure. So this is an example of what one of Verizon's call detail records looks like. They have many different forms. This is arguably the most basic, but it provides all the information that we as law enforcement care about. So it talks about the cell tower, or sorry, the phone number in question. That's under the mobile directory number. 2 columns from the left. There's dial digits, the direction the call went. One of the most important columns, though, is the seizure date and time. That time for Verizon is always local time on this particular CVR. And then as we move farther right, we see the first serving cell site and first serving cell face. So that's Verizon's way of saying what's the cell tower and cell sector. So those digits there correspond then with their cell tower list. And so we can then show, for instance, that second row, first serving cell site is 285, first serving cell face is 3. So we know that wherever cell site 285 is, we can put that on a map with the latitude and longitude Verizon provides. And then sector 3, we can point that in the right direction, again, based off of the direction Verizon provides to us. And that, in essence, we do that over and over and over again, and that is what ends up being our analysis in our maps.
The information on page 10 is just an example, correct? It did not come directly from the records in this case?
That's correct. And the other important thing to note with Verizon is on the traditional CDRs, so not RTT data, but Verizon only records cell tower information for phone calls. So if any of these devices at the time send text messages, there's no cell tower information that I can map associated with them.
But with RTT data, do you get that kind of additional information?
Yeah, you get all of the relevant signaling information that the phone and the network are exchanging back and forth sort of throughout while the phone is turned on, which would include text messages as such.
In the example that you provided on page 10 of the records or the PowerPoint, that does not appear to include data that provides the distance the phone is from the tower at the moment of a call, for instance, correct?
That's correct. Yes, I did not include an example of what Verizon's RTT data looks like. I probably should have.
All right. And so on the RTT data that you receive, there's another column. Is that with respect to distance from tower, correct?
Correct. There is another column inserted somewhere within the spreadsheet that lists the distance in miles that Verizon had recorded that device at that particular time.
And were you asked in this case to review the records that we just went through for Mr. Bunnell, Mr. Eastman, Ms. Frank, and Mr. Sessions, and map their various locations or the location of their phones at relevant times of interest in this case?
I did.
All right, if we could then when you look at the RTT data and analyze the location based on the information provided in those RTT logs, describe how you then map that information.
So the records themselves, we have software that takes the latitude and longitude associated with the cell tower recorded, puts that on a map for us, and then the software also draws a pie wedge, if you will, of the sector that was utilized at the time of a particular transaction, such as RTT measurements, phone calls, etc.
Is this process designed or capable of giving an exact location of the phone? In other words, where a particular person is standing when they make a phone call?
No, it's not. The records do not say that this phone was sitting on a particular street corner at a particular time. It's not capable of doing that level of precision. What it says is, again, it's a certain distance away from a particular tower and sector, and that's why we draw a band off of that sector, a half mile out or a mile out, whatever the distance is at that time.
And we know who the subscriber for that phone is, but the information you receive from the logs doesn't tell you whose physical hand the phone is in any given time, correct?
That's correct. So there's no attribution to an individual in any of these records. Verizon doesn't know who's holding the phone. They just know that this particular phone was used. And so my testimony, I will typically say, X, Y, and Z's phone. If I ever say X, Y, and Z, that's a mistake. It's clearly their phone. I have no idea where any people were at any time.
Right. Based on your training and experience in this field, can this type of analysis provide with accuracy the general location of the phone at the time of a given communication between the phone and the tower?
Yes, it can.
What is the basis for that conclusion?
Well, the basis for that is, I guess, multifaceted. One, there's just the general experience of myself and all of my colleagues using this same technique and this data over and over and over again to find missing kids, fugitives, etc. There's other techniques that we can do to go out and map coverage areas of particular, cell towers, see what, essentially mimic a phone and see what the phone sees. Use that to compare and corroborate. And additionally, I've done my own testing with work phones on the Verizon network that has given me confidence that the RTT data in aggregate and that the phone records and the CDRs are accurate and reliable for our purposes.
And are those known as drive tests?
Yes, the mapping, the scanning of the environment, yeah.
And do the fact that our phones continue to work on the Verizon network also give you confidence that the data provided by this RTT technology is accurate?
Yes, if your phones didn't work, you would go to the nearest store and go to a competitor of Verizon. And being that it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, they want to make sure their network's operating and that they're not losing customers.
If we could go back to our slides here and turn to page 11, if you would. As part of this investigation and for purposes of mapping your analysis, were you given some information as to certain locations of relevant points of interest in this case?
I was.
And if you could walk us through the points of interest that you were provided in this case that we're going to see depicted on later slides.
Sure. So in the far left column there, you see the naming convention that I provided or that I utilized in my report. The addresses in the middle are addresses provided to me by investigators that are of note to their investigation. And then the far right is going to be the map icon that you see. I try and use letters that make reference to what it actually is. Each slide will have a legend on it, but that's what they're going to look like. The location specifically were Ms. Frank's residence, the Eastman Bennell residence, Mr. Sessions' residence, a body recovery area, Doug's Day Diner in Loveland, and then Phillips 66 gas station in Kersey.
Turning to page 12, did you coordinate specific phones to specific colors that we're going to see on subsequent diagrams?
Yes, to make it easier to understand just by looking at the maps whose phone is whose, I color coordinated them. So that icon on the far right, that pie wedge pizza slice, that icon is what you're going to see over and over again off of the cell towers. Mr. Sessions was blue, Ms. Frank's red, Mr. Eastman green, and Mr. Bennell gray. And then lastly, the GPS locations from a tracker are going to have that sort of greenish marker.
All right, if we could turn to page 13, please. And is this the beginning of where you start to document various locations of different phones at different times associated with the phone?
Yes, so this is the first map that I had created as part of my report. There is a narrative on the top that sort of walks through what is going on. But being the first slide, I want to point out a couple things to help orient everyone. So, up here, this blue pie wedge is Mr. Sessions. And that arc that you see there is the RTT measurement that we have been talking about. These red dots that are scattered throughout the map here are other Verizon towers in the area that the phones didn't utilize during this period in time, but it's important to understand where the other towers are. What we see down on the bottom left is Miss Frank's residence, and while it's sort of hard to see because they are overlapped, both Mr. Eastman's phone and Ms. Frank's phone had utilized that tower and sector facing her residence and had RTT measurements both 0.15 miles away from that tower. So those measurements intersect with Ms. Frank's residence. Now, the records, again, don't say where in that arc their phones are, just like it doesn't say where in that arc Mr. Sessions' phone was. All it says is that it's a certain distance away at that point in time. So then these boxes, these are called call-out boxes, and what they do is they highlight the event that's going on. And there are thousands of RTT events throughout this report. Not all of them are going to be shown, right? I'm showing a handful of them to get across what's going on. Sometimes in the bottom right here, you'll see outgoing call signaling. You may see incoming call signaling. They're the exact same thing. It's just a certain field within the Verizon report that says whether it's incoming or outgoing. But a signaling event is the RTT event. That's the distance from tower measurement. That's timing advance. Whenever you see those arcs, the only way we get those arcs is from that RTT data. But additionally, general phone calls can be made, right? And so what we see up here with Mr. Sessions, at 6:22, is actually his last outbound call in his records. So his last outbound call was at 6:22 local time on February 8th off of a tower and sector near his residence. Additionally, we see RTT activity, signaling event activity down by Ms. Frank's residence, as I mentioned. Her phone had received a call at 6:07 that same evening from a number that's listed off to the far right. So if you're looking at these call-out boxes, the first number shown is going to be the person, the phone associated with. And it's also color coordinated. So you'll see Mr. Sessions' phone calls and activities blue, Ms. Frank's is going to be red, Mr. Eastman in this case on this slide is green. And so that is sort of to level set where we are and what these maps are going to be representing, moving forward.
Okay. And so on page 13 that you have up to your right there, you start documenting locations of signaling events and phone calls, both incoming and outgoing, of Heather Frank, Scott Sessions, and Kevin Eastman at around the 6 p.m. time frame. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Did you have access to information prior to that?
I did.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to look at the location of these various phones, these three specific phones, Frank, Eastman, and Sessions, between 5 o'clock and 5:30 p.m., so backing up approximately an hour?
Yes. So during that half-hour window, Mr. Eastman's phone had the same type of data showing off of the tower and sector facing Ms. Frank's residence with the same approximate 0.15 mile RTT measurement. Ms. Frank's device during that time, I don't believe there was any records to say where her phone was or wasn't at the time between 5 and 5:30. And Mr. Sessions' device, I don't specifically remember where it was, but I believe it was up near his residence.
Speculation.
So yeah, would you be guessing?
Not necessarily guessing, but I can't specifically remember where within it was. I just recall it not being in a particular area.
So I'll stand the objection, and if you want to refresh or move on, you're welcome to, Mr. Ryan.
Between 5 and 5:30 p.m. on February 8th, was Mr. Sessions' phone anywhere near Heather Frank's residence yet?
No.
All right, so then we get to this 6 o'clock hour. And you've described have you thoroughly described what you're trying to document on page 13?
I'm sorry.
Did you feel like you've already thoroughly described what you were trying to document on page 13 there?
Yes, I have.
In the bottom right-hand corner of page 13, there's an information box, and it says, "Note, not all RTT events shown." What do you mean by that?
As I mentioned, there's thousands of RTT events, over the couple days that I looked at. In many cases, there's multiple RTT events that are the same distance that are, a few minutes prior, a few minutes after, a few seconds prior, a few seconds after. I didn't show every single one of them because the call-out box would then take up the entire map. So I picked ones that were most relevant and accurate and provide an accurate representation of what the phones were doing at that time.
Okay, and if you mapped all of the data, this report would have been thousands of pages, is that correct?
Yes, I'm not sure I'd be able to do it. It would have been way too long.
Okay. And so we're highlighting some of the most relevant data that you observed, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, if we could turn to page 14, and if you could describe to us what it is you were documenting on this diagram.
So following Mr. Sessions' device's activity near his residence, his phone then recorded RTT events down near, closer to Ms. Frank's residence. So at 6:26, you see his phone utilize this tower and sector, and Verizon recorded his distance as that arc there. Then at 6:27, his phone had utilized that tower and sector, and Verizon recorded his distance as intersecting or being consistent with being in the area of Ms. Frank's residence. At 6:20 or 7 minutes prior, Mr. Eastman's device also had recorded a very similar distance from tower measurement off of the tower and sector facing Ms. Frank's residence. And so this would be consistent with Mr. Sessions' device traveling away from his residence, again, back down into the general area of Ms. Frank's residence.
And so am I understanding correctly that between 6:26 and 6:27, Mr. Sessions' cell phone changed from connecting to this tower that is on the kind of middle of the diagram on the right half to this tower that is on the left half near 20th Street and 35th Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, it's less, with the RTT data, it's less about necessarily which tower the phone chose, because the network itself is also helping make determinations as to which tower will take measurements. And so in this case, this tower and sector, took a measurement that placed this larger arc on the map, and then, a minute later had the other tower and sector closer to the Frank residence.
And again, as you noted, between 5 and 5:30, Kevin Eastman's phone is still hitting off a tower within a distance that puts Ms. Frank's residence within the arc. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of the phone events that are documented on page 14 are signaling events. Is that correct?
That's correct. So nothing that's necessarily user initiated, right? The signaling events can happen in the background, and often do happen in the background, where all we know is that the phone is on. Because if the phone's not on, the network can't even generate these records. It can't see the phone.
And you said on the last diagram that Scott Sessions' last outgoing activity recorded on his phone was at 6:22. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but now we have 6:26 and 6:27. Could that still be all part of the same phone call that was placed as an outgoing phone call at 6:22? Or is it something else?
Objection, speculation.
So, yeah, if you're speculating or guessing, don't let us know. But if you have an opinion based on this data, you're welcome to give it to us.
Yeah, so I say it could be as in that could be one reason for signaling events to occur. I don't recall how long that call lasted. That was at 6:22. So I don't know if the phone was still in a call at that time.
Based on that statement, are you saying that that last outgoing call at 6:22, whenever it ended, no further outgoing activity emanated from Scott Sessions' phone?
Yes, there was no other outgoing calls from his device that Verizon had recorded in the records that were provided to me.
What about outgoing texts?
I would have to refer back to the text message logs.
You were specifically looking at outgoing calls at that point, is that correct?
That's correct, because with text messages, there are no cell towers recorded.
All right, if we could turn to page 15, please. If you could describe what you're documenting, what information is being documented in this diagram.
Sure. So from 702 through 704, all three devices, Ms. Franks, Mr. Sessions, and Mr. Eastman, all had RTT measurements recorded that are consistent with the devices being in and around the immediate area of Ms. Franks' residence. The Mr. Sessions' device continued to record the same distance, approximate distance, through 5:19 the next morning. And so what that tells me is that Mr. Sessions' device didn't leave this general area because there was no further distance measurements taken, no other cell towers in the area took measurements. Really, the only way that's going to happen is if a phone is more or less stationary off of a tower and sector. Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman's devices also recorded very similar RTT measurements through to the next morning. I think I have 6:55 a.m. the next morning. Additionally, none of the three calls had made in or received any phone calls, right? So no one was sending placing calls, receiving calls. So the only information we have to go off of during this evening of the 8th into February 9th is the RTT measurements.
And so the last outgoing call on the green phone, which was Kevin Eastman's phone, that you have documented on page 15 there, was at 7:02 p.m. Is that correct?
That wouldn't necessarily be the last outgoing. I chose that one as representative of the three phones in a short period of time, all utilizing the same tower and sector with similar distances. All three of these devices actually had multiple signaling events all throughout the evening into the morning.
I'm going to ask you a broader question than what is depicted in page 15, but you just told us moments ago that between 5 and 5:30, Kevin Eastman's phone was on that same arc that includes Heather Frank's residence, correct?
That's correct.
At any point on the night or after that 5 o'clock hour, did Kevin Eastman's phone leave that location?
Well, I can't specifically...
On the 8th?
On the 8th, yes. I can't specifically say if a phone was at a location, all right, because all we can say is that the phone was somewhere within the arc as measured by Verizon. But what I can say is that based on the data, there were no additional data points or measurements that would indicate that Mr. Eastman's device had left that sort of 0.15-ish mile radius off of that tower, right? So if his phone had traveled, let's say east towards this other dot, this other Verizon tower, we would expect the signaling events to record different distances of that device as it traveled, right? You would move away from one, it would get closer to another. We don't see that kind of activity in the records.
And is that also true of Heather Frank's device? That from that 5 o'clock p.m. hour on the February 8th, that it did not move from the location that is referenced in Exhibit 14 and 15.
Yes, similarly, I saw nothing in her data set that would indicate to me that her device had, moved more or less out of that general area.
Now let's also ask that broader question as to Scott Sessions' phone. Once it started hitting off of that tower closest to Heather Frank's house, and did it remain in that same arc until the phone ultimately died?
I can't say if the phone died. The records don't tell us why a phone no longer generates records. The phone could die, it could be powered down, it could be thrown in a lake and just disconnect from the network that way. But based on the data, the last event was, yes, at 5:19 the next morning, and Mr. Sessions' device had recorded a consistent distance as shown here throughout that duration until the next morning.
Okay. And then we don't get any more data from his phone after 5:19 a.m. on the 16th, is that correct?
That's correct.
It just stops transmitting signals?
Again, I can't say what caused it, but there was nothing that Verizon recorded specific to his phone that had cell tower information or distance information.
And can that occur as a result of losing battery power?
Sure. Anything that would cause the phone to power down would be a reason for no data.
If I could have you turn to page 16 and ask you to describe what you are documenting in that diagram.
So that next morning on February 9th, we see a flurry of RTT activity for Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman's devices. Again, there's a significant amount of events during this time. I'm not showing all of them, but we see that their devices around 6:55 the next morning begin to move, and they're utilizing different towers in the Greeley area. They have different measurements. I've included some arrows to help sort of visualize the path of travel. But these devices are often utilizing the same tower and with similar distance measurements in close periods of time. You see the box up here at the top, approximately 7 seconds apart at 7:49. Both devices utilize the same tower there in LaPorte off of the same sector and are approximately 0.14 miles apart per Verizon. This tells me, when looking at the data, that these phones are likely traveling together because I don't know how else, it seems like quite random that this would occur otherwise.
Okay. And for those who may not be familiar with all of northern Colorado, LaPorte is northwest of the city of Fort Collins, correct?
That's correct.
And where would the mouth of the Poudre Canyon be on this diagram?
I know it's up there. You would think I lived here long enough, I should know exactly where the mouth is. I know that the phone records are moving in the direction of going up the Poudre Canyon.
Okay. And you've labeled, or the map is labeled Ted's Place on this diagram, is that correct?
Yes, that was, these are Google Maps tiles that we utilize, so Google had pointed out that Ted's Place is there.
And that is essentially where Highway 14 begins taking you up the Poudre Canyon, is that right?
That's correct.
And Pingree Park, do you know where that is in the Poudre Canyon area?
Farther west.
Okay, so it'd be up and off to the left of the diagram?
Northwestish.
And Your Honor, I'm going to continue to go through the various pages, so whenever the court wants to take a breaking point.
Is this a good breaking point for you?
It is.
Great. Okay, we're going to take a lunch break. We're going to get started up again, why don't we say about 1:15, 1:20. I want to remind everybody that until the trial is completed, please do not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, witnesses, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not try to gain information about this case outside of the courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical reports, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll see you back at about 1:15, 1:20. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, welcome to be seated. Any other issues before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Okay, have a nice lunch hour.
Thank you. You too, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, may we approach with the...
Sure. You have a flight out today back to Boston?
Not all the way. I think we can leave it on.
What part of Boston are you located at? I went to Northeastern. I live on 67 East, right by the stadium. Yeah, and then I spent a lot of time
Have a
in
good lunch, Kevin.
Nashua, Merrimack, New Hampshire. The area, after that area, yeah. Okay. So did you find that the cost of living is cheaper here or there? Cheaper here? Have you seen the prices of homes here? How long ago was that? Oh, okay. Okay, we are back on the record. It's 1:19 PM, and we're here regarding people of the state of Colorado versus Kevin Eastman. We're outside the presence of the jury. The parties are all present. I would like to make a record of what happened during the lunch hour. As I was returning into this building during the lunch hour and going through security, juror number 8 was also coming in. I didn't say anything to him, and he wanted to talk to me. And he said, "Can I speak to you?" And my response was, "I cannot speak to you without the lawyers being present." And then he said, "Can I write something down?" And I said, "Yes." And then a couple of minutes later, he handed my judicial assistant a letter, and I provided a copy. I'll make you copies. I provided you the original already to the lawyers. And it reads, "Judge Kupkow, is it okay to organize thoughts without research or discussion on paper at home?" And my proposed response, and I'd like to hear your input, I'm willing to modify this response, reads as follows. While you may organize your thoughts on paper at home without doing any research or discussion, you may not share or offer your thoughts prior to deliberation with anyone, including jurors. Furthermore, among other admonitions previously given, you may not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. No objection.
Can we have a moment, please, Schall?
Yes.
Judge, our concern is that we don't know anything about Juror 8's home life or any of the jurors' home life to know who would have access to those notes. And so we would be objecting to the juror being authorized to do that. He has plenty of time, or they have plenty of time over the lunch hour, on breaks, to organize their thoughts. They have their juror notebooks, but it's a similar reason as to why the juror notebooks stay here. We don't authorize the jurors to return or take their juror notebooks home with them every day. And so our request would be that we just instruct the jurors that their notes have to be maintained in their notebooks. And they're welcome to look over their notes over the lunch hour or on breaks, but it would be improper for to have any type of written thoughts on paper regarding what they've seen or heard in the trial beforehand, before this case is resolved.
Is there anything else you want to say?
No.
The reality is that jurors organize their thoughts, I suspect, during the daytime and at night, but you're right, we don't allow them to take their notebooks home and to review their notes. And so it seems to me that we should probably keep it consistent. So let me try to rewrite a response that incorporates those two things. So again, I'm just drafting a response. It reads, while you may organize your thoughts All notes regarding this case must remain in your juror notebooks and left in the courtroom. You may not share or offer your thoughts prior to deliberation with anyone, including jurors. Furthermore, among other admonitions previously given, you may not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you.
That's fine.
Mr. Wren?
I don't have the question in front of me, but does the court think that answers his question?
Is it okay to organize thoughts without research or discussion on paper at home? And my response is, I think I'm going above and beyond what he's asking. I'm just kind of reinforcing the admonitions also.
Okay.
And so I'm saying, while you may organize your thoughts, comma, all notes regarding this case must remain in your juror notebook and left in the courtroom. You may not share or offer your thoughts prior to deliberation with anyone, including jurors. Furthermore, among other admonitions previously given, you may not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you.
So in that response, is the court telling him it's improper or not permitted to go home and write his thoughts down?
I think it's...
Because you're saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Because you're saying all notes need to be left in your juror notebooks. That's different than can he go home and organize his thoughts and write them down. I read the response to give him direction as to you can't take stuff from your notebook, notes that you take during the trial, you can't take those home.
Okay.
So if the court's intention is to tell him, no, you can't write stuff down at home, then I think we just need to be more direct and say that.
Okay. Draft 3. I appreciate your input. You may not organize your thoughts on paper at home. While you may organize your thoughts, all notes regarding this case must remain in your juror notebooks and left in the courtroom. You may not share or offer your thoughts prior to deliberation with anyone, including jurors. Furthermore, among other admonitions previously given, you may not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Does that work?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Would you like me to simply pass this along to him? Would you like me to generally tell the group what this statement is?
I would prefer for you to just read it to the entire group so that everyone's on the same page, please.
Okay, so would you like me to read the question also without identifying the juror?
I think that's fine.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. You're welcome to be seated. Hope you had a good lunch hour. I always start with, sorry for the delay, but, so I'll do that again. But sorry for the delay, but actually we were ready to proceed. I received a question from a juror, and rather than just answering the question individually to the juror, it just makes sense for me to read the question and the response since you may have a similar thought. Okay? So the question was, is it okay to organize thoughts without research or discussion on paper at home? And my response to that question, that applied to everybody, is you may not organize your thoughts on paper at home. While you may organize your thoughts, all notes regarding this case must remain in your juror notebook and left in the courtroom. You may not share or offer your thoughts prior to deliberation with anyone, including jurors. Furthermore, among other admonitions previously given, you may not form or express any opinion on the case until it is finally submitted to you. Okay? And, sir, you are still under oath, and Mr. Wren, you're welcome to continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Hoyland, if I could have you turn to page 17. On 16, we had talked about, or you had talked about, the phones traveling together from the general area of Heather Frank's residence to an area towards Ted's place in Larimer County. And the last signaling event that you noted was at 7:48 a.m. for Eastman's phone and 7:49 a.m. for Frank's phone near Ted's place. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so now turning to page 17. And let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the quality of the cell phone reception up the Poudre Canyon?
I am.
And what is it?
Poor.
Okay.
And spots, there is none.
All right. And so, what is the next phone location data that we get from Heather Frank and Kevin Eastman's phone? And again, we're talking about the morning of February 9th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the next signaling event or activity on the phone and the location for it on those phones on the morning of the 9th?
So between 7:52 for Mr. Eastman's device and 7:58 for Ms. Frank's device, as you can see here, there was a handful of events that were all between 2.1 and 2.23 miles away off of the same tower and sector. Again, Verizon only says this is an estimate of where their phone is away from the tower at distance. It can't say if the phone's here, 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 or really anywhere on the band. But following those events, there was nothing. There were no further events until those exact same distances were measured at 11:49 a.m. for both devices, so approximately roughly 3 hours later. As you can see on the map, the body recovery icon is highlighted there. That was approximately 16 and a half miles west of that particular tower that's shown on the map.
Is that 16 and a half miles as the crow flies?
Yes, it is.
Okay. But you can't drive directly to Perry Park from the area of LaPorte, correct?
No, you can't.
You have to go up the Poudre Canyon on Highway 14, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
The other thing that's important to sort of note here is you see these red dots, the other Verizon towers in the Fort Collins area and LaPorte.
Objection, narrative. This is not being responsive to a question.
You can ask another question.
Okay. So you indicated that the next set of events that you see is again at 11:49 a.m. for both phones, hitting off that same tower, is that correct?
That is correct.
In the vicinity of Ted's place?
Yes, the arc intersects with Ted's place.
And just so there's no confusion about this, we've been using red for Heather Frank's phone and green for Kevin Eastman's phone, but the arc that you see on page 17 is almost black. And that is just the red and the green essentially overlapping.
Exactly. The two distances, or the different arcs for those different phones all were more or less the same distance, so they essentially just stacked on top of one another, and that's why we have the muddied color.
Is there any additional information depicted on page 17 of your report that you noted?
Yes. Additionally, there are cell towers down here in Fort Collins and LaPorte, but as you see over here into, up the Pooter, there are none. This tower that is south of Ted's place is more or less like the last tower before you would start to go up the canyon. So you would expect if your device lost coverage or no longer could see Verizon cell towers, that data would stop being recorded. Then once your phone comes back into the coverage area and your phone sees towers again, that coverage would pick up. So this would be consistent with that.
And again, just in case people aren't familiar with that area of Larimer County, the Highway 14 that is depicted on your map there in yellow is the Pooter Canyon and the road that tracks it, correct?
Leading.
Overall. Why don't you explain what Highway 14 is on the map?
Sure. So when I say Highway 14, I refer to that as going up the Pooter, right, following the Pooter River into the canyon.
Okay, thank you. Turning to page 18, if we could. Can you explain to the jury what you are documenting in your findings on page 18, please?
Sure. So page 18 covers the activity for Ms. Frank's phone and Mr. Eastman's phone for the duration of the 9th. So after the events we just looked at near Ted's place, both devices traveled back south into Greeley and arrived utilizing the tower and sector previously shown where the arcs intersect with Ms. Frank's residence at a little before 1 p.m. that afternoon. As shown on the map, we have both Mr. Eastman's device and Ms. Frank's device having very similar distance from tower measurements, right there, 1257. Through the evening into the next morning, both devices continued to record that same distance or those same sets of distances, all consistent with the devices remaining stationary. At 7:02, Ms. Frank's device placed an outgoing call through that tower and sector facing her residence.
Is that 7:02 p.m. on the 9th?
That's correct, yes. That was to Silvermine Subs. And then the next sort of change in activity, if you will, was the next morning at 4:53 a.m. We see Ms. Frank's device utilize this tower and sector, and Verizon recorded a distance from tower measurement, indicating that the device has begun to move away from the area around her residence.
And as her device moved toward the direction of Highway 34, or south from her residence there, where did Kevin Eastman's phone remain in the area of Heather Frank's apartment?
It did at that time, and Ms. Frank's device, after moving south, it then continued west into the Loveland area, which is not depicted on this map.
All right, if we could turn to page 19. If you could describe what observations are being made on this page.
Sure. So the gray activity here is Mr. Bonnell's device with Verizon, and we're going back a little bit in time to February 8th. But you see his residence is shown here, and with that icon. And his device on the morning of the 8th through the evening and then into the afternoon of the 9th utilized these two cell towers here for all of his voice activity.
And where are those two cell towers?
This one, East Greeley, if you will, just north of his residence, and then this other tower closer to UNC. During the month of February, when I looked at Mr. Eastman and Mr. Bonnell's records, I saw that there was only 2 calls between the 2 of them.
Objection, non-responsive narrative.
So also stand the objection.
Did you look at the phone records of Kevin Eastman and Troy Bonnell for February of 2020?
I did. I noted that they had only communicated with each other twice, the last of which occurred on February 6th.
At any point on February 8th, did Troy Bonnell's phone travel in the vicinity of Heather Frank's apartment?
There's nothing in the records to support that.
At any time on February 9th, did Troy Bonnell's phone travel in the vicinity of Heather Frank's apartment?
There was nothing in his phone records to support that.
At any time on February 9th, did Troy Bonnell's phone travel in the area of Fort Collins or the Poudre Canyon?
There was nothing in his records to support that.
Is it true that on February 8th and February 9th, any connection that Troy Bonnell's phone made to a tower was essentially on Highway 85 or east of Highway 85?
That would be correct.
If we could turn to page 20, please. And Agent Hoyland, if you could tell us what you're attempting to depict in this in this diagram, please.
Sure. On the evening of February 10th, Ms. Frank's device had a handful of incoming and outgoing calls through the tower and sector facing her residence. Consistent with that was also RTT events shortly either before or after. Additionally, sort of during this time of 5:37 p.m. through 6:31 p.m., Mr. Eastman's device also had signaling activity as depicted here, which is consistent with the pattern we've seen for the last few days. Distance from tower measurements, placing his device in the vicinity of Ms. Frank's residence.
Yeah. Okay. If we could turn to page 21. And again, are we going back to looking at the phone activity on this page of Troy Bonnell and then also of Kevin Eastman?
Yes. So this map picks up on the afternoon of February 11th, and Mr. Bonnell's device utilizes a handful of towers in the Greeley area. First, for some events down here between 3:15 and 3:20. And then his device transitions west and utilizes the same tower and sector facing Ms. Frank's residence.
And again, if I could pause and have you make sure that you're clarifying AM or PM when you're talking about times.
Sorry, yes, this is PM. So at 4:24 p.m. on the 11th, Mr. Bonnell's device utilized the tower and sector facing Ms. Frank's residence. Earlier in that 4:00 p.m. hour, Mr. Eastman's device had a signaling event consistent with that area as well.
I could pause you there. In looking at Troy Bonnell's phone activity during this time frame, was that the only time that his phone connected off of the cell tower closest to Heather Frank's residence?
It was.
And that was on February 11th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
Sure. So that was at 4:24 p.m. Approximately, what would that be, 28 minutes later, Mr. Bonnell's device utilized this tower and sector east of University of Northern Colorado for an incoming phone call. During this time, Ms. Frank's device was utilizing towers in Loveland, which is not shown on this map, but suffice to say her device was not in this area at the time.
Was it in the vicinity of her place of employment, Doug Steiner?
I do not specifically remember which towers it was utilizing in Loveland, but I know that her device was in fact in Loveland.
All right, if we could move On to page 22, please. If you could convey to the jury what information you're attempting to depict here.
As the day wore on February 11th, Mr. Bonnell's device continued to have activity through this tower and sector shown in the center of the map for incoming and outgoing phone calls. Additionally, there was one RTT event that was recorded at 6:54 off of that tower, which, while it's a large arc, because it's a far distance away, it intersects with Mr. Bonnell's residence. Again, can't say where on the arc the phone was. Verizon only gives us a distance. So Mr. Bonnell's phone could have been anywhere on that arc, but it did in fact intersect with his residence. Additionally, Mr. Eastman's device had RTT events near Ms. Frank's residence, as previously shown on maps. And then shortly after 8 p.m., it began to move, and his device had 2 RTT measurements taken off of these towers at the time shown, 8:10 p.m. and 8:07 p.m., which also intersected with Mr. Bonnell's residence. This tells me it's at least consistent with Mr. Eastman's device moving east, away from Ms. Frank's residence, into the general area of Mr. Bonnell's residence.
And that's after 8 p.m. on the 11th, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, if we could move on to page 23, and if you could explain to the jury what is depicted here as well.
As the night goes on, Mr. Eastman's device continued to record additional RTT events intersecting near Mr. Bonnell's residence until 5 a.m. that next morning, on the morning of February 12th. At 10:57 p.m. and then on the 11th of February, and then at 3:39 a.m. On the 12th of February, Mr. Eastman's device recorded 2 outgoing phone calls, off of this tower and sector, facing back towards Mr. Bonnell's residence.
Judge, can I please have some verbal way of describing where this tower is that he just pointed to for the record, please?
Yeah, so when you are like pointing, if you could also for the record just describe where you're pointing.
Sure. Of the 3 cell towers shown on the map, the middle one associated with cell ID 3992, the box right below it, was the cell tower and sector that Mr. Eastman's device utilized for those 2 outgoing phone calls at the times I just stated.
If I could generalize for a moment, the information contained in the previous page, page 22, and then this page, page 23, for that contains information as it relates to February 11th of 2020 for Kevin Eastman's phone. At any point prior to the 11th, did Kevin Eastman's phone travel east of University of Northern Colorado, do you recall?
There was nothing in the records to support that.
All right, so then we get to the 11th, as you've discussed it on page 23. Anything else about page 23 that you want to know?
No.
Okay, if we could turn to page 24. And what are we looking at here?
On February 12th, Mr. Eastman's device left the area of Greeley and utilized cell towers in Longmont and then down into northern Denver area, which is not shown.
When you say you left the area of Greeley, where specifically did the phone leave from?
I can't specifically say where. I can't put a dot on a map in terms of intersections because we don't know specifically where the phone was, but it was last in the area of Mr. Bonnell's residence.
Mr. Bonnell's residence?
When it left on the... So the previous morning, it was making phone calls off of a tower and sector facing Mr. Bonnell's residence.
Okay.
And then at Yeah, and then the next morning, I guess I don't know specifically if it had gone somewhere else on the morning of the 12th before heading to Longmont and Greeley.
I think I interrupted you and threw off your flow. So
Okay.
why don't we go back to what you're depicting on people's, on page 24.
Okay. On the morning of February 12th, at some point, Mr. Eastman's device left the general area of Greeley and traveled south, utilizing towers in Longmont and the Denver area, before then returning back to Greeley later in the day. And so that trip to Longmont and Denver is not shown here. What we see on this map is Mr. Eastman's device had a RTT measurement recorded at 11:58 p.m. on February 12th, which intersects with Mr. Bonnell's residence. Subsequent to that, Mr. Eastman's device then travels west back into the direction of Ms. Frank's residence. And at 2:51 a.m., we see signaling events as shown on this map, consistent with Mr. Eastman's device being in the general area of Ms. Frank's residence.
And where is Ms. Frank's residence, where is Ms. Frank's cell phone on the night of the 12th into the 13th?
Yeah, her RTT data was consistent with her device remaining in the general area of her residence. There was no other cell towers involved or any sort of deviation in the distance measurements as recorded. So her phone appears to remain stationary. Additionally, Mr. Bonnell's device recorded an outgoing phone call through the sole towered sector shown on the map in gray on the evening of February 12th at 8:26. That was his only activity that day or night.
And again, that intersects with the area of his residence?
We can't say necessarily where Mr. Bonnell's device was. His phone utilized this tower and sector, which provides at least coverage back into the direction of his residence. Without additional data points, we can't specifically or more precisely say where in this general area of Greeley his phone was at the time.
Does that sector face east of 85?
Yes, it faces southeast.
If I could have you turn to page 25 and tell us what you're seeking to convey in this page.
Excuse me. It's 6:17 a.m. on the morning of February 13th. Mr. Eastman's device had a distance from tower measurement, or RTT data, consistent with being in the area of Ms. Frank's residence, as evidenced by the farthest left tower shown on the map. His device then began to travel east, and at 6:31 and 6:33, you see that there are distance from tower measurements for his device, as well as one for Mr. Bonnell's device at 6:33, which intersect with Mr. Bonnell's residence, as shown on the right. This would be consistent with Mr. Eastman's device traveling east from the area around Ms. Frank's residence, from Ms. Frank's residence into the direction of Mr. Bonnell's residence. During this time, Ms. Frank's device had already left the Greeley area and was located in Loveland, which is not shown on here. Then, later this morning, Mr. Eastman's device traveled south towards Lock Buoy. And both Mr. Eastman and Mr. Bonnell's devices utilized the same tower and sector in Lock Buoy at neighboring times. Not the same minute, but close in time to one another. This would be consistent with both devices traveling to the Lock Buoy area for some reason. Mr. Eastman's device then returned north, where it spent the rest of the night with measurements off of the tower and sector facing Ms. Frank's residence.
Are the towers that are connecting to Mr. Eastman and Mr. Bonnell's phone on that date close to the Fort Lupton area as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right, if we could move on to page 26. If you could describe what it, essentially, are we moving through the week chronologically at this point?
Yes, for the most part, trying to utilize the phone data to help understand the general locations of each device at times and dates.
And what are those locations depicted on page 26?
So on this particular slide, we have the Frank residence as well as the Bunnell residence shown here. And I'm pointing to both residences with my stick. The evening of February 13th, between 7:32 and 7:39, Miss Frank's device had placed 3 outgoing calls through the tower and sector shown on the map, which faces her residence. At 7:39, a few seconds prior to that last call, RTT measurements were taken, which have a small distance consistent with her device, again, being in that same general area as her residence. And then Mr. Eastman's device at 7:40, again, pointing to the farthest left sector near Ms. Frank's residence. Mr. Eastman's device had a very similar RTT measurement, consistent with his device being in the area of the Frank residence. Both of those devices continued to record RTT events in that immediate area of Ms. Frank's residence through the evening of the next day, so through the evening of February 14th. There was no voice calls activity for the 2 phones. And then at the 7:40, there was no further voice calls for either phone, for Mr. Eastman or Miss Frank's device during that period. And then at the end of this RTT activity, there was no further data for Mr. Eastman's device. So no more distance from tower measurements for Mr. Eastman's device after the next morning or next evening.
So that was the last outgoing call on Kevin Eastman's phone at 7:40 p.m. on the night of the 13th?
I don't believe that was the last one. That was the last one I had mapped.
Okay.
I believe his RTT activity continued into the next evening. But there was no further voice calls, and then at that point, there was no other data available for me to map or analyze related to Mr. Eastman's device.
With the last one that you mapped being what?
The last one I mapped being 7:40 p.m. on February 13th.
Your Honor, I would just like to object to vagueness. It's unclear when he says calls, what type of calls he's referring to, if it's a signal or if it's actually a voice call.
Yeah, if you could let us know, that'd be great.
If you can re-answer those questions so that it's clear to the jury, please.
Would you mind doing that?
Of course. So yes, important distinction. I'm sorry I didn't make that clear. After Miss Frank's last outgoing call at 7:39, through the evening of February 14th, there was no further voice calls from Miss Frank's device. So her device didn't place any calls or receive any calls that had cell towers associated with them. The signaling activity continued through the next evening. So distance from tower measurements, which are consistent with what's shown on the map here. There was no deviation in that. Mr. Eastman's device had no phone calls as well, had signaling or distance from tower measurements consistent with what's shown on this slide through that next evening, at which point he had no further records in total to analyze. Ms. Frank did have some additional records, which we'll talk about on another slide.
We could move on to page 27.
Now jumping to February 15th, this is the tower and sector that Ms. Frank's phone utilized for its last outgoing voice call. You see it's in Loveland. Doug's Day Diner, where she was employed, is to the west. 7 minutes prior to this, Mr. Bunnell's device had received a phone call through a tower and sector that was facing his residence back in the Greeley area, which obviously is not shown on this map.
Moving on to page 28. Are we now getting into some of the information related to Kevin Eastman's vehicle's tracking device?
Yes, so I was provided GPS data related to a tracker that was affixed to a vehicle that Mr. Eastman was seen in. And that began recording data at 5:14 p.m. on February 15th. The green markers that you see on this slide represent each individual point as provided by the tracker. So on February 15th at 5:14, the vehicle that Mr. Eastman was driving left the area of Ms. Frank's residence, drove what would appear down 34, and then arrived in the area of the Bunnell residence around 5:29 p.m. that evening. Additionally, Mr. Bunnell had placed an outgoing call through this particular tower and sector here, which faces back towards his residence at 4:42 p.m.
And are you receiving any cell phone location data for Kevin Eastman's phone on the 15th?
I am not. There was none available from Verizon.
Moving on to page 29, if you would. If you could describe the activities of the tracking device, as well as any phone activity for Troy Bunnell on February 15th, as depicted in page 29.
Of course. So on the evening of February 15th, Mr. Bunnell's device utilized 3 towers shown here on the left side of this map. You'll notice that there are little icons that say 1, 2, and 3, little red dots. Those correspond to the respective call-out boxes stacked above. His first call occurred at 6:38 p.m. His last call occurred at 10:46 p.m. Concurrently, at 8:56 p.m., the tracker affixed to the vehicle left Mr. Bunnell's residence, traveled along 34, and down towards the South Platte River here on the right side of the map. It arrived there at approximately 9:18 p.m. Remained there for approximately 4 minutes, and at 9:22, then returned following the same path to Mr. Bunnell's residence, where it arrived at 9:42. Yeah.
While the tracking device is traveling out to the South Platte River and then back, does Troy Bunnell receive, or does he place an outgoing call from a tower facing his residence?
He had 2 outgoing calls during that period in time. So there's one sort of in the center of the screen here with number 2 associated with the dot. That was an outgoing call at 9:38 p.m. Additionally, he had a call off of a tower farther south and west, highlighted with number 3, at 9:03 p.m.
If we could move forward to page 30, and if you describe what this map depicts.
Sure. So this is a close-up of the area of the South Platte River around the locations of the tracking device. And as you see, the timestamps, there's little green dots associated with each timestamp showing the vehicle or the tracker device heading south, and then taking a right along this seeming access road, if you will, to the river there. It generated a total of 6 data points between 9:19 and 9:21 along this road right here. The device, or the vehicle tracker, then left and returned north after that moment.
And the gray that we see through the middle of that diagram is the South Platte River itself?
Correct. And that's the river. That's a bridge that crosses it. And then, well, it's somewhat hard to see the green dots. Here's this access road that have green dots on them.
And the access road that you just referred to on the diagram, just for the record, that you were pointing to, appears to be a dirt road that leads off of Highway 61, or County Road 61, toward the river itself, is that correct?
That is correct.
If we could move forward to page 31 of your report, please.
Eastman's, the vehicle tracker associated with his vehicle, then recorded activity on the morning of February 16th, traveling up into the Pawnee grasslands and sort of all over this area in northern Colorado.
When you say the morning of the 16th, when did it leave Troy Bunnell's residence?
So at 12:32 a.m., the tracker recorded data leaving the residence. And it didn't return until 6:39 a.m. that morning. So approximately 6 hours. It was elsewhere. At 4:13 in the morning, Mr. Bunnell's device had received a phone call off of a tower and sector facing his residence that lasted for a total of 16 minutes. And while that call is not shown, his residence itself is shown down there.
Now, there are some green dots, so to speak, that are not connected to each other on page 31. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so when I look at data sets, I try and never use a single data point, right? Technology has the ability to be fallible in some respects. So I always try and look at things in the aggregate. As it pertains to GPS data, while GPS data is inherently reliable and precise, there are no doubt times when there's a data point that just doesn't make sense. I can't really explain the two dots that are down there during the 6-hour window, but when I'm looking at this data, or if I was using this data to try and find a missing child, I would go with the totality of the information to make my decision.
More specifically, if I may approach you, I'm referring to this section here in the just upper right middle of the diagram, where you have a series of tracking device activity that is separate and not connected to any other location markers. Do you know why that is?
My presumption would be that there was limited cell coverage in that area.
Objection, speculation.
So is this based on your expertise, or are you guessing about why there was this gap between the green lines?
My answer would be based on my previous experiences looking at tracking data, where oftentimes you do have gaps, and overlaying that with what we understand the cell coverage in that area to be.
Thank you. Thank
The
you, Schall.
appropriate foundation has not been laid for that, in terms of his understanding of what the cell phone coverage is in that area.
Do you want to respond to that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
Why
question.
should we ask the question, Mr. Wren?
Okay, the
Much
question
more of a
is,
foundation about whether he's speculating, whether he has the expertise to explain the gap in the green lines.
based on your training and experience, are you familiar with what the cell coverage looks like in that area of Weld County or eastern Colorado?
I have been through there, but specifically those sort of roads that connect the gaps, I do not, off the top of my head.
And this kind of tracking device, are you familiar with when it may receive data and when it may not?
Yes.
Okay, and what can you tell us about its ability to receive data and when it does not have the ability to receive data?
Yeah, so my understanding of the tracking device is that it's cellular based. So while there's a GPS chip inside the tracker, data is pushed back to a server via cellular connection. So if the tracker doesn't see cell towers or doesn't have the ability to connect to a cell tower, that data is not going to be transmitted and that data is going to be lost. That could be one explanation for gaps in the data as shown.
And finally, if we could move forward to page 32 of your report, and if you could describe what is being depicted here.
At 7:46 a.m. on February 16th, Mr. Bunnell had placed an outgoing call off of a tower in sector west of Edmonds, which obviously is not shown here. And then at 8:51 a.m., the tracker device on Mr. Eastman's vehicle started recording data. It recorded data east along 34, and it arrived at the Phillips 66 gas station at approximately 8:57 a.m., where he was taken into custody at that time.
Okay, so it looks like it took 6 minutes for him to travel from Troy Bonnell's residence to the Phillips 66 gas station where he was arrested, correct?
That is correct.
And that essentially wraps up the data that you looked at in this case.
It does.
And earlier in my direct examination, we were talking about Scott Sessions' cell phone. And you were talking about the last outgoing call that he placed. And I'll refer you back to page 13, if you would. You indicated the last outgoing call placed from Scott Sessions' phone was placed at 6:22 p.m. on February 8th, and that was in the vicinity of his residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I had asked you, do you know if there were any other outgoing activities, such as text messages, leaving Scott Sessions' cell phone or being placed by Scott Sessions' cell phone to others after that phone call at 6:22, and you said you didn't have that information at your fingertips. Have you had an opportunity to review the report more thoroughly to determine whether or not you have that information?
Yes. So Mr. Sessions' cell phone had not placed any further text messages following that 6:22 outgoing call. So that was the last user-initiated activity as shown in the records for his phone.
Okay. If I may have just a moment?
Sure.
If we could look back at page 31 for a moment, which references the drive that Mr. Eastman's tracking device took from Troy Bonnell's house, leaving at 12:32 a.m. and then eventually returning at 6:39 a.m. in the morning of February 16th. Can you tell from the data whether or not that vehicle stopped for any significant periods of time? And when I mean significant periods of time, I'm talking 20 minutes or more at any one particular place on this map.
In thinking back through the data, I do recall instances of where there were multiple data points over periods of time where the latitude and longitude was nearly identical. Which periods those were or where they were on the map, I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall any periods of the tracker being stopped at one location for more than an hour?
That I can't say. I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, please, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And I would just ask that the government keep up the CAS map, and as I ask for specific pages, turn to them just so we can see it. Thank you, appreciate it. Sir, I first want to start out this afternoon by asking you the date of your report. So the very first page, we see the bottom, it says date, and then November 1st, 2021, correct?
That's correct.
That is the date that you completed this report.
Correct.
And shortly after that, you provided that to Sergeant Porter with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
I can't remember who I specifically gave it to, but That would make sense if I sent it to him.
Would it make sense that you provided it to the government or law enforcement in this case sometime after November 1st, 2021?
If it wasn't on that date, it would have been shortly after, yeah.
Okay. So it would have been before December 17th, 2021?
Yes.
As a member of the FBI's CAST unit, you were asked to conduct the cellular analysis of the call detail records from phones relevant to this case.
That's correct.
To do this, members of the Larimer County Sheriff's Office and the Weld County Sheriff's Office provided you with background information.
That's correct.
And we see that at the beginning few pages of your report. Correct?
Correct.
And they also gave you the specific names of individuals who were involved or relevant in this case.
That is correct.
And they also gave you respective phone numbers that were relevant in this case.
That is correct.
And you relied on this information from members of local law enforcement because you were not directly involved with any type of investigations in this case.
That is also correct.
Meaning you did not interview any witnesses.
I did not.
You were not identifying any suspects.
I was not.
You were essentially just a resource for this local branch of law enforcement to give information to and generate this map.
That is correct.
And so in order to generate this map, you also received, as we saw in the beginning few pages of your report, you received the phone records from local law enforcement.
That is correct, I did.
You did not seek out any search warrants for any additional phone records.
I did not.
You were provided the phone number for Mr. Bonnell ending in 8324.
I need to double check.
That's
yes.
right. It's also right behind you on the first page of your report.
Yes, correct.
Yes. And you were provided the phone records from Verizon associated with that particular phone number for Mr. Bonnell ending in 8324.
Correct.
You were not provided with a phone number for Mr. Bonnell of 970-518, or excuse me, 970-786-0376.
I do not believe I was.
You were also not provided with any historical call detail records associated with that phone number.
I do not believe I was.
In fact, you were never even told anything about Mr. Bonnell having a second or potentially third cell phone.
I do not recall any info about that, no.
Okay. Now if we can turn to page 16, please. All right, we're on page 16 of your CAST report now, and the purpose of this map was to show that the RTT data reflected Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's cell phones essentially traveling in tandem up to the area of LaPorte and Ted's place, correct?
That is correct.
And similarly, on page 18 of your report, you also mentioned that RTT data demonstrated that the two cell phones, again belonging to Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank, also traveled essentially in tandem, returning back from that area to Ms. Frank's residence, correct?
That is correct.
But again, because you were not provided with any RTT data or records for the phone number, for Mr. Bonnell's phone number ending in 0376, you were not able to map any locations on this map where Mr. Bonnell's phone may have traveled.
That is correct.
Likewise, you have no idea where that phone was during this time.
That would be correct.
And again, because investigators with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office and Will County Sheriff's Office didn't provide you with those records, you cannot say whether or not Mr. Bonnell's phone, again, ending in number 0376, also traveled up to the area of Ted's Place at the same time as Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's phone on February 9th.
Objection, yes.
I'll overrule the objection. You can answer the question.
That is correct. I don't know where that phone would have been.
And likewise, you also can't say whether or not that phone traveled back from Ted's Place to the area of Ms. Frank's residence on February 9th as well.
That would be correct.
Now, if we can please turn to page 13. Thank you, Mr. Wright. And we are now looking at page 13 of your cast report. And you testified on direct examination that you did not document every single RTT event in your report.
That is correct.
And you also noted that on at least a few of, if not all of, the pages of your report in this little note section.
Correct.
And that little note section is on the bottom right-hand side, and it says, note, not all RTT events shown.
That's correct.
And as you said on direct examination, you were just highlighting on your map specific RTT data locations that were relevant to this investigation that you were contacted about.
I highlighted events that I thought were relevant, I guess, to the investigation, but more relevant to the activity of the phone.
And that was based on you working with law enforcement and developing their case.
I did not develop their case for them, but I was asked by the prosecution to look at these records.
And although you did not, of course, because you weren't investigating this case, develop their case, you were aware of what their theory was.
Yes, they had shared with me what their theory was.
And so based on that, again, you were generating this map to show to this jury to highlight certain points that were consistent with that theory.
No, my analysis was not done to substantiate what their theory was. The data is the data.
Right.
My job is merely just to put it on a map.
And so when we look at page 13, pages 13 and 14, we see maps that depict or show Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank being, their phones at least, near their resident or Ms. Frank's residence on February 8th, and then Mr. Sessions arriving around the same time, between 6:21 and 6:26 p.m., right?
Yes.
So this would be helpful to the government to show that Mr. Eastman or Ms. Frank potentially were near her residence at the same time Mr. Sessions arrived, correct?
I guess it doesn't.
Speculation.
I'm asking if the data is consistent.
No, I mean, she asked if it would be helpful to the government.
Thank you, and with that question, I'll sustain the objection.
I'll rephrase that. So looking at maps on pages 13 and 14, the data that you're depicting shows or suggests that Ms. Frank's phone and Mr. Eastman's phone were near her residence at the time that Mr. Sessions arrived.
That is what the data shows.
And the first set of data that you're including on this map in page 13 for Mr. Eastman's phone begins at 6:18 p.m.
That's correct.
However, the RTT data actually shows that Mr. Eastman's phone first demonstrated signaled an RTT event near Ms. Frank's residence at 2:22 p.m. that day.
That sounds accurate, yes.
So you did not depict on your map any of that data for Mr. Eastman's phone leading up to or before 6:18 p.m. on February 8th.
That's correct.
We could now turn to page 21, please. So on page 21 that we're looking at it, Mr. Wren asked you if there was, or if the 4:24 p.m. RTT event for Mr. Bonnell's cell phone near Ms. Frank's residence was the only RTT event near her residence. Do you recall that?
I believe you asked about, that's not an RTT event, that's just a voice call. But I believe the question was whether or not Mr. Bonnell's device had utilized that same tower anytime prior. And my answer was it had not.
Correct.
That's the first time.
And then on this map, the either RTT or voice call data that you had for Mr. Bonnell before 4:24 p.m. Is on the lower portion of that map under the call-out box titled CID 15687-2, correct?
That's correct.
And the latest in time event was an outgoing signal call or RTT event at 3:20 p.m. on February 11th, 2020.
That's correct.
And so there's nothing on this map reflecting any of Mr. Bonnell's activities between the time of 3:20 p.m. and 4:24 p.m. on February 11th, 2020.
That's correct.
And so you can't testify today that Mr. Bonnell was not at Ms. Frank's residence before 4:24 p.m.
Correct. The records only give us a snapshot in time. So when that phone utilizes a particular tower or an RTT measurement is taken off of a tower, that's a snapshot in that time. So I don't know where the phone was a second before or a second after.
Right. So you would not know what time Mr. Bonnell's phone actually got to the area located near Ms. Frank's residence on February 11th, 2020.
Correct.
Or how long it stayed there.
I would say that it would stay there no longer than the amount of time it would take for his device to then utilize that tower on the right side at 4:52.
Correct. But you also don't know what time it got there, so you, again, can't say how long it stayed there.
Well, it couldn't have gotten there any later than 4:52 because it utilized that tower then, but...
I'm talking about the 4:24 time.
Oh, yes, I do not know.
So essentially, at any point between 3:20 p.m. and 4:52 p.m., Mr. Bonnell's cell phone could have been near Ms. Frank's residence.
It's possible, yes.
And while we're looking at the call-out box in the bottom of page 21 labeled 15682-2, at 3:15 p.m. and 39 seconds, and then at 3:16 p.m. and 10 seconds, there was 2 voice calls. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And both one was outgoing and one was incoming.
That's correct.
So the outgoing call was at 3:15 p.m.
That is correct.
The outgoing call was the first phone call.
Correct.
And then at 3:16 p.m., it's an incoming call.
Correct.
Both from the same, or both to and from the same phone number.
Yes, ending in 8005.
And just for the record, that's 303-507-8005.
Correct.
And throughout the course of the RTT data that you reviewed for Ms. Frank's phone, compared to the locations of Mr. Eastman's phone, over the course of the time period that you examined the data, there were numerous occasions where Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank's phone were not together.
I'm not sure what numerous would be, but there were definitely situations, yes.
Specifically on February 10th, 2020, Ms. Frank's device traveled to Loveland.
That sounds right.
On February 11th, 2020, when Mr. Bonnell and Mr. Eastman's phones were utilizing a tower near her residence, she was not anywhere near her residence, or her phone was not anywhere near her residence.
You said that was on the 12th?
On the 11th.
Oh, on the 11th, yes.
And Ms. Frank's phone was also not near Mr. Eastman's phone on February 12th, 2020.
bear with me.
Sure thing.
There's a lot of dates. On February 12th?
Yes, Ms. Frank's phone was not near Mr. Eastman's phone on February 12th, 2020, while it was in the location of Mr. Bonnell's residence, and it being Mr. Eastman's phone.
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Frank's phone was not in the area of Mr. Eastman's phone when Mr. Eastman's phone reflected travel toward Longmont and Denver on February 12th.
That's also correct.
Mr. Eastman's device was not in the same location as Ms. Frank's phone until 2:51 a.m. on February 13th.
That is correct.
And a few hours later, Ms. Frank's device would leave her residence in the early morning hours of February 13th, 2020.
Yes.
And Ms. Frank's phone connected to towers in Loveland on February 13th, 2020.
Correct.
Which would be consistent with employment at Doug's Day Diner in Loveland.
That is correct.
And while Ms. Frank's device left her residence early that morning, Mr. Eastman's device remained within the area of her residence that day.
On the 13th?
Yes.
That morning it had traveled to Mr. Bonnell's, the area of Mr. Bonnell's residence.
And let me ask you this way. When Ms. Frank's device left, Mr. Eastman's device remained at Ms. Frank's residence?
Yes, Mr. Eastman's device was consistent with being in the area of Ms. Frank's residence when her device left to go to Loveland.
And I just want to clarify, I apologize for skipping around, but I'm just concerned that we have some confusion potentially on what is a voice call data or a signal call data. So just to clarify on page 15, please. You had testified on direct examination about a outgoing call from Mr. Eastman's phone near Ms. Frank's residence on February 8th, 2020 at 7:02 p.m. and 54 seconds.
If I stated that was a voice call, that was my mistake. It was an RTT event.
In other words, Mr. Eastman did not make any phone calls at 7:02 p.m. on February 8th.
Correct. The Verizon network recorded a measurement for his device, a signaling event at that moment.
And in fact, as you indicated on page 9 of your report, Mr. Eastman's cell phone had a disconnection date of February 7th, 2020.
Correct.
And in fact, in your review of Mr. Eastman's cell phone records, incoming and outgoing calls, there was no incoming or outgoing call between the days of February 1st, 2020 and February 10th, 2020.
I don't recall off the top of my head, but...
Would it refresh your recollection to view those records?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, sir?
Sure.
Thank you. My laptop screen is touchscreen, so if you need to manipulate it, feel free to. I know that is a lot. Just let me know when your memory is refreshed, please.
Is there also the 4G records? These are the 3G. So Verizon has two different CDRs that they provide. And what was the date again that you asked?
February 1st and February 10th.
Okay.
You want to see the other records too? Or is this enough for you?
I mean, I think it's probably enough. There are calls that his device had made or received with cell tower information between the 1st and the 10th.
Between the 1st and the 10th of February?
Based on what you just showed me,
Can
yeah.
you show that again?
So
Oh, okay. I see.
with the hiccup with Verizon is when they send over the records, they're actually not chronological, even though they look like they're chronological. So the first thing you gotta do is resort it. And so
Okay.
that sometimes happens where it looks like there's gaps in data. Once you resort it, then it clears it up.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But just so we're clear, there's nothing on the February 8th at 7:02 PM.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. You indicated on direct examination that there was no records to support Mr. Bonnell's phone being near Ms. Frank's residence on February 8th or February 9th, correct?
That's correct.
But that certainly is not proof that Mr. Bonnell was not there.
Correct. I can only speak to where a device was, not who's holding it.
So you can't testify whether or not Mr. Bonnell left that particular device at a given location
I cannot.
or gave that to someone else to hold on to.
I cannot.
And likewise, the data records that you have are general phone location data records from Verizon Wireless.
Correct.
You would not have reviewed any records regarding communications on an application called Signal.
I did not see any signal. No data was provided to me from Signal.
Right. So when Mr. Wren asked you whether or not there was any communication between Mr. Bonnell and Mr. Eastman, other than the two that you were able to see on the cell phone records, that doesn't mean that there was no communication between the two on a Signal application.
That is correct.
And are you familiar with Signal?
I am.
Can you please explain to this jury what Signal is?
Sure. Signal is a commercial messaging app, similar to Wicker, Viber, any of the other litany of encrypted messaging apps. Signal is an application that sits on your phone. You can use that application to communicate with others. That data is not seen by Verizon. So those communications will never get recorded at any Verizon record. That particular set of data or the exchange of information from your phone to the tower transits the Verizon network on their data session side. So there's yet a different call detail record for data sessions. That information, I did not map that and I did not use it in this particular instance or in this particular case. But all that would show is that a data session had opened up at some point and then it had closed down at some point up until 6 hours later. You don't see any information in between there. So if somebody's using Signal, somebody's using iMessage, somebody's using any other sort of commercial messaging app, that information, again, would not be recorded by Verizon.
And when you say some sort of other commercial texting or communication device or application, would that also include WhatsApp or WhatsApp, I believe it's called?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. Does that app WhatsApp, is it WhatsApp or WhatsApp?
It's WhatsApp.
WhatsApp,
APP.
thank you. I am clearly not cool. But what app does that work similar to Signal in terms of the ability to communicate in theory in secret from Verizon records?
Yes, any application that's on the phone would go over a data session that Verizon would open up and essentially give resources to the phone. No different than you going to surf the web. You're requesting resources over the data side of Verizon, but they don't see what's going on within that data stream itself.
And just like with Mr. Bonnell's phone being, or your inability to tell whether Mr. Bonnell was at Ms. Frank's residence on February 8th or February 9th from just these cell phone records, you similarly cannot testify whether or not Mr. Eastman was actually with his phone on February 8th from 2:22 p.m. on?
Yes, nothing in the Verizon records states who's holding a phone at a particular time, so I couldn't state that.
So I know some of our phones have the face recognition.
Yep.
Verizon, even though a phone may have that, an iPhone may have that, you're not getting that data in these cell phone records.
Correct. Verizon would not know if you used facial recognition, fingerprints, just typed in a password to your phone. None of that information gets passed to Verizon. That stays local on your device.
Thank you. Now let's turn to page 30, please, of the CAST report. Thank you. So on page 30 of your CAST report, the latest in time GPS data point that you reflected occurred at 9:21 p.m.
9:22 p.m.
9:22 p.m. And you indicated that the tracking device reflected that measurements crossed over the South Platte River.
That's correct.
Before accessing a dirt road along the riverbank.
Correct.
And that the vehicle remained there only for approximately 3 minutes before leaving.
Correct.
You do not document or indicate on page 30 of your report where the vehicle went from that point on, after 9:22 p.m.
On this particular slide, no. It was shown on the previous one.
On page 29?
That's correct.
Okay, can we turn that page, please? And you indicate on page 29 that after 9:22, after leaving the area near the river, the tracker device showed Mr. Eastman's vehicle returned to Mr. Bonnell's property at 9:42 p.m.
That's correct.
And Mr. Eastman's vehicle did not leave Mr. Bonnell's residence until 12:32 a.m.
The next morning?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
So that means Mr., and this may sound like a silly question, bear with me, but that means Mr. Eastman's vehicle entered Mr. Bonnell's residence before 11 p.m.
At least based on the tracker information, it would be consistent with Mr. Eastman's vehicle being, at least in the immediate area, Mr. Bonnell's residence prior to 11 p.m.
Because you have here on page 29, Mr. Eastman's vehicle returned to Mr. Bonnell's, the GPS coordinates consistent with Bonnell's residence at 9:42 p.m.
Correct.
And 9:42 p.m. is before 11 p.m.
It is.
Last you checked, right? Okay.
Last time I checked.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Thank you, Steve.
You have any questions? Any questions from the jury? Okay, thank you. We appreciate your time. You're welcome to step down. May he be discharged from his subpoena. Ms. Deborah?
Thank you.
Not embarrassing.
Great. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next witness.
People call Todd Saxway to the stand.
Good afternoon. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, if I can please have you introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling your last name.
My name is Todd Zwetzig, Z-W-E-T-Z-I-G.
Thank you. And Mr. Brown, you're welcome to examine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
If you could tell this jury what you do for a living, please.
I am a criminalist employed by the Weld County Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned to the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Lab in Greeley, Colorado.
And do you have any particular focus within your work as a criminalist?
I do. I do digital evidence examinations on computers and mobile devices.
When you say digital evidence examinations, what does that look like?
So what that looks like is I actually work on extracting the data from computers and mobile devices such as cell phones or GPS devices, tablets, things like that. And then I report that data out within the scope of the search warrant authority and provide a findings disc to the investigating officers.
And you said you are currently stationed at or employed with the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Laboratory, is that correct?
That's true.
And what type of agency is that and how is it organized?
So I'm an employee of the Weld County Sheriff's Office, but the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Lab is actually I guess I would describe it as a hybrid crime lab. It is comprised of numerous agencies and examiners under one building. So we have employees from the Weld County Sheriff's Office, the Fort Collins Police Department, the Greeley Police Department, the Leavenworth Police Department, Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. And they all work there and do different disciplines.
But you're an employee technically of the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
Correct. I'm employed by the Weld County Sheriff's Office, and I'm assigned as a criminalist to the Regional Crime Lab.
Okay. And what did you do prior to being assigned to the crime lab?
Prior to that, I was a sworn peace officer in the state of Colorado. I worked for the Fort Morgan Police Department. I worked there, started my 32nd year. I was 2 months into that 32nd year before I retired. During that time, I worked patrol division for approximately 14 years, and I was a detective assigned to the investigations division for about 19 years. And during that time, I investigated serious felony crimes and also did analysis of cell phones and computers.
At this point, how many years of the totality of your career has been focused on digital forensic evidence?
Primarily starting with cell phones from 2009 forward to the current date.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to digital forensics?
I am. I'm a member of the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, and I was a previous member of the High-Tech Crimes Investigation.
And describe generally any trainings that you've attended on the topic of cell phone downloads and analysis.
So regarding that, I've specifically gone to Cellular training to be a Cellular certified operator.
What is Cellular?
Cellular is one of the tools that we use to extract data from mobile devices.
Is that essentially the name brand of a software program that allows you to download information from a cell phone?
Yeah, Cellular is the company, and they have several different software tools that we use that I'm certified on to actually extract data from devices.
Okay. Any other trainings?
I am. So I'm a Cellular certified operator. I'm a Cellular physical analyst certified operator. What that means is I take the data that Cellular software extracts from the data or from the device. It puts it into the software program Physical Analyzer, which actually decodes the data in human readable format so we can actually look through the data, sort it out, and report it in an easier human readable format. I'm also have gone to trainings through magnetic forensics, which is another software tool that is designed to deal with computer data and also cell phone data. I most recently completed a advanced cell phone forensics course through magnet forensics about a month ago, and I've also been through the Cellular advanced mobile device training.
Have you previously testified in court as an expert in digital forensics?
I have. I've testified 9 different times from 2011 to the present in both the 13th Judicial District and the 19th Judicial District. My last times were 2 different times in Weld County District Court last year.
And just in case people don't know, the 13th Judicial District is the Fort Morgan area?
Correct.
Okay, and the 19th is Weld County?
That's correct.
At this time, Your Honor, the people would offer Mr. Zeitzwig as an expert in cell phone analysis.
In cell phone analysis?
Yes.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, sir, thank you.
So the court's going to find that Mr. Spicek, based on his knowledge, skill, experience, training, and education, is an expert pursuant to Rule 702, the Rules of Evidence in the field of cell phone analysis, and may offer an expert opinion to this jury with regard to that subject matter.
And Your Honor, I am going to ask that we take a brief recess. I neglected to ask Ms. Palmer to retrieve some of the physical items that were previously admitted into evidence from the court reporter's office that I'm going to use with this witness. So if we could just take a brief recess to get those items out of that.
We're a little bit early for an afternoon break, but why don't we just take it a little bit earlier, if that's okay with everybody? So let's take like a 15-minute break. We'll see you about 5 after 3 or so. I got to give you this admonition again. You know I do. And so until the trial is completed, don't discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any independent research. Don't try to gain information about this case outside of the courtroom. Don't do any research. And please do not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. Let's all please rise for the jury. Mr. Schall, we can take a little bit longer. It's going to take you getting evidence out there. Need some help. All right, you're welcome to be seated, or we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. They're just small items.
Oh, okay. I have some too, but I was just wondering which, you can just compare.
Are they allowed to go in your room, Cheryl? So do you want to just go with Cheryl into her secured office?
Sure. We can do that.
You can step down if you like. You don't have to stay there. It's up to you. Thank you.
Your Honor, if you want to take that.
Yeah, we're going to do that. Hold Christina, she's going to take a turn right there. You just hear a wash or? Okay. Can't hear you. once Mr. Wren returns. Okay.
Momentarily, he's grabbing some evidence.
Those are items that were already admitted and from sure.
I just wanted to make sure, thank you for grabbing that. Make sure that was here.
Are we ready to get started? Once the court reporter gets here?
This hasn't been admitted yet, right? Which number is that? This is the Samsung.
I know which number is it gonna be? 132.
And Apple launches the other one, I think it's still up in our office, but that hasn't been in yet.
I didn't ask him to do that, I guess.
Okay, so the ones that were admitted are 134, 133, 134, 135.
Okay, and there's also PP that's there. PP? That's the other one you brought, it's the phone in the red case. We admitted that?
Oh, okay.
You had that on your list too, so I assume you meant that as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? We're back on the record in People versus Kevin Eastman, 20 CR 461. It is now 3:09. We're outside the presence of the jury. Parties are all present. Mr. Sweitzig appears on the witness stand. You're still under oath. And let's bring the jurors in. Oh, and one of the record I want to make is that we collected the copies of the cast report that was given to the jurors. They were published, and so we're now in possession of all of them. Okay? All right, let's all please rise.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Okay, we're back on the record in the presence of the jury. It's 3:11. Mr. Swisek, you're still under oath, and Mr. Redden, you're welcome to continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Zetzwig, you had indicated before the break that when you receive a digital device, you download it through your training experience, and then what do you do with the information contained therein?
So once we obtain the bulk data, whatever we can extract from the device, then we will actually process it with different software forensic tools that allows us to look at the data in human readable format and then sort it and report it within the scope of the search warrant authority or the search authority that we have.
Okay. And did you receive a number of digital devices related to the Kevin Eastman case, and were you asked by law enforcement to attempt to download the data from those devices and analyze the contents?
I was.
All right, if we could start with what's been previously admitted as People's Exhibit 34, which has been described as a black Apple iPhone in black OtterBox case.
Sure, what exhibit is that?
134.
Thank you.
Is that a device that was submitted to you in this case?
It was.
Okay, and is that a device that you conducted a download of, an analysis on?
Yes, I did a forensic analysis of this device.
Describe how that looks or what it entails.
So what happens is when we get a request for an examination, the evidence gets submitted to our crime lab. It gets stored in a secure evidence vault that has limited access to others. Only authorized people are allowed to get in there. So when I get assigned a case, I actually look at the items of evidence that are assigned to that case for examination. I actually go to the evidence vault and retrieve whatever items need examined, and I take them back to my secured office. At that point, I will document the condition of each item. So each of the items I examined would have been photographed to document the condition of the packaging that it was in when I received it and the condition it was in when I received it. After it's photographed, I will look at the documentation for the case to look at what the search warrant authority is, which says once I extract the data, what data can I look at and report. Then I examine each device individually, so I will look at the type of device, what condition it's in as far as on or off, do we have passcodes, and then I will determine the best method to extract the data. At that point, once if we can extract the data, then we take that and look at that data through our different software tools, and then we will make reports within the search warrant authority and put that information on a findings disk that gets returned to evidence as a new evidence item, gets submitted back to evidence, and then it'll get returned to the investigating agency.
You said several times during that explanation, if we can extract any data. Are there occasions where you can't extract data from a digital device?
Yes, there are many times when we can't extract data from a device.
Cannot?
Cannot, correct.
And why would that be?
Many times the device could be damaged so severely that we can't turn it on and we can't connect to it. More often than not, with the newer security features of the devices, as far as passcodes and PIN codes and spike patterns, if we don't have that information to unlock the device, we can't unlock it. It's similar to like this building. Not everybody has access to the building. Not everybody can get into the building. You have to have certain permissions to get into the building. So if we don't have the passcodes or swipe codes or anything like that, we actually cannot get into the internal memory of the device to read the data from the device.
Turning to what I had just handed you, which was previously admitted as People's Exhibit 134, did you attempt to extract data from that device?
I did.
To begin with, is that a Verizon connected phone?
Let's put the SIM card on this. Yes, this appears to be a phone that had a Verizon wireless SIM card in it.
All right. And were you able to see the phone number associated with that Verizon SIM card?
I was.
What was it?
It's 970-415-2600.
Okay. And were you able to extract any additional data from that phone?
I was able to extract data from the phone, but I wasn't able to extract any user data due to the condition of the device.
What do you mean by that?
So when I started to examine the device, what we did is we put it inside what's called a Faraday box. It's a radio frequency shielding box. Faraday, F-A-R-A-D-A-Y. So that's a radio frequency shielding box. So mobile devices such as cell phones receive radio signals through the air, and that's how we get the data in and out. So there's several different types of radio frequencies that come in.
I'm gonna have to speak just a little bit slower.
Okay. So there's several different types of radio frequencies that can be in a device. On a mobile device, you can have your regular cellular data that comes off the cell phone towers. You can have wireless data, so if you're at home and don't want to use your cellular data, you can hook up to your wireless access point at home through your internet service provider. And there's also Bluetooth radio frequencies on those. So those are, Bluetooth is a short distance radio frequency used for like mobile devices such as headphones, keyboards, different things like that. You can even hook up to your TV to Bluetooth or different auxiliary devices if they're close. So what we do is we don't know the condition of the devices usually when we get them into the lab. So we will put them inside a radio frequency shielding box we call the Faraday box to keep any other signals coming to the device in order to attempt to maintain the integrity of the data on the device and any signals being brought into the device that might remotely wipe the data from the device. So in this case, all of the cell phones that I analyzed, they were placed into a radio frequency shielding box, the Faraday box, prior to being turned on and examined.
And this is an Apple iPhone 11 Pro Max, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when I say this, I'm referring to the item in front of you, which
Correct.
is 134.
Correct.
And when you or CBI receives an item, you give it a new, unique CBI case item number, is that correct?
Right, it gets its own unique case number to that case, and it gets its own unique item number.
And so what item number was this given?
That is our CBI or lab item number 1.
Under lab case number?
N2180.
Okay. All right. And so when you went to try to extract any data from this iPhone, what did you find?
So when I powered it on, it was actually in what was a factory reset mode or startup mode. So it didn't normally look like when you would power on your device. Normally, if your device is powered off, you turn it on, it'll ask you when it boots up, hey, enter a passcode, enter a PIN number, so you can actually get into the device and use the device. In this case, it had a startup screen like you would see when you were first setting up your phone before any service or any user information is put on that. In that condition, there is no password on the device at that time. So I was still able to extract the internal memory from the device, but there didn't appear to be any user data from the device.
How did you interpret that, or what did you understand that to mean?
My understanding, because this device actually was issued to the public, I believe, in September of 2019. So unless this device had just been taken out of the box, a new SIM card put in it and hadn't been set up before, in my opinion, it looked like the device had been factory reset to the factory condition.
Were you able to tell when this device may have been factory reset?
Based on the database files that were on the device, they showed a date and time of February 15, 2020 at about 5:12 p.m. on that date.
And what does one have to do to factory reset a device?
So normally, if you want to factory reset a device, you have to actually log into your account for that device. In this case, it's an Apple device, so you have to log into your iCloud account and ask it to be wiped remotely, or you can actually do it from the device itself. You can log in and say, hey, I want to reset this phone and to the original settings so none of my data is on there.
Does that have to be done in person, or can it also be done remotely?
It can be done in person or remotely.
Yeah, Roger.
Yes.
Sure. I've shown you what's previously been admitted as People's Exhibit 133. Do you recognize that as another cell phone that you received and were asked to analyze in this case?
I do.
And what is that phone?
That was a Google Pixel phone, and it's our item, lab item number 2.
And were you able to get into that phone, starting with the Verizon SIM card?
I was able to get into the Verizon SIM card, however, I was not able to extract any data from the internal memory of the device.
Why not?
Due to the security features on the phone, we were not able to bypass any of the locks or passcodes, and therefore we couldn't open those doors to get that data.
Okay. Given that you were able to get into the SIM card, could you tell whether or not it was a Verizon connected phone?
Yeah, I believe this, there actually is a Verizon logo on this SIM card, and I was able to get the phone number associated with that SIM card.
And what was the phone number associated with that phone?
If I could refer to my report on that?
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory?
It would.
Please.
Since I have several devices here. Sure. The phone number associated with that SIM card is 970-388-4394.
Yeah, right.
Sure.
Sir, I've shown you what has previously been admitted as People's Exhibit, Defense Exhibit PP. P as in Paul.
Yes.
What is that item?
This is an iPhone SE, our lab item number 3.
And were you able to figure out the phone number associated with that item?
I was. It was 970-786, or sorry, yeah, 786-0376.
And was there an email associated with that item?
There were a couple different emails, if I could refer to my report.
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory?
There were a couple different emails associated with that. One was troymilo@yahoo.com. I'm sorry, Troy Milo, TROYMILO @yahoo.com. And Chain, CHAIN, HAND 72 @gmail.com.
And were you able to download data from that phone?
I was able to download limited data from this device due to the state that it was in, which was what's called before first unlock mode, or BFU mode.
Can you please repeat that?
Before first unlock, or BFU, like Boy Frank Union.
Before first unlock.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So what that means is there's several states of a device that, as you would have a mobile device, if the device is off and you haven't turned it on, it's off. If you have a cell phone or device that is first powered on, normally you have to enter a PIN number or a swipe pattern or whatever security feature is set up on the phone before you can actually get into the operating system and look at the interface of the phone and use it. So if a device is first powered on, but you have not entered a PIN code, password, or whatever else is required to get into the operating system where you can use the phone, that's considered before first unlock.
If I could have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
No further questions for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So let's start with item 3, which has been previously admitted as defense exhibit PP, so Paul's and Paul.
Correct.
That item is the silver iPhone SC in a red case.
Correct.
And as you said on direct examination, that phone is associated with the 2 email addresses.
Correct.
Meaning that you were able to find, although limited information, you were able to find out that at some point 2 different email addresses had been accessed on that phone.
They were associated with the device without being able to see further data. I can't tell you to what extent they would have been used on the device.
Thank you. And while you can't tell that information, you were also able to identify an Apple ID associated with that phone.
Correct.
An Apple ID is a personal account offered through Apple services.
That's correct.
It's a unique ID that also includes a password.
Correct.
And with that ID and password, an Apple user can access their content across multiple devices.
Correct.
Such as photos.
Right. Anything they have on their iCloud account.
Right.
They can access through that, yes.
In fact, when you log on to it, if let's say you were to get a new iPhone, one way of transferring your content from one iPhone to another would be to enter your Apple ID.
That's correct.
So essentially, an Apple ID for iPhone purposes is one way to make the phone your own.
Correct.
And the Apple ID associated with that iPhone, again, Defense Exhibit P as in Paul, was, quote, troymilo@yahoo.com.
That's correct.
And as a criminalist, it's common for you to reach out to detectives associated with a case that you're working on.
Yes.
To ask clarifying questions.
If needed, normally what we will do is, unless we have a question as far as how to get into a device, we will put the report together based off the search warrant authority like I previously testified, and then we will provide that data to the investigator. If they have any additional questions, then they would reach out to us.
You also sometimes pass along information that you've found along the way to detectives before the actual report comes out.
Actually, no, we are not able to release information unless the report has been technical reviewed by a peer of equal or higher training. So we will not release any specific information to that detective until that peer review process has been done.
The date of your report in this case for those phones, or for that phone in particular, was March 2nd, 2020, correct? And please let me know if it would refresh your recollection to review.
Yes. Yeah, that's the date that the actual report, the written report was released.
Okay. In this case, back in March 2020, you called Detective Jerry Porter regarding the information you learned regarding Defense Exhibit PP, the red iPhone.
Repeat that again?
Sure. You called Detective Jerry Porter in March 2020 regarding the information that we just discussed, that you discovered from this red iPhone.
I would have to look at my comm logs, but I'm sure I had discussions with him.
and you specifically let him know that the app,
Hearsay?
its effect on the listener.
So was the information that you learned from Detective Porter assist you in taking any further subsequent actions?
I would have, after the report would have been released, we would have discussed, or may have discussed, the Apple ID or the iCloud account that was associated with the device.
So I will rule the objection.
So you told Detective Porter in March of 2020 that the Apple iPhone with the red case that's been identified as Defense Exhibit PP was signed into Apple services with an Apple ID account of troymilo@yahoo.com.
Yes.
And as part of, or let me ask you this, when, in your experience as a law enforcement officer or with a crime lab, you know that it's possible to send Apple a preservation of records request.
Yeah.
And that preservation of records request essentially gives the phone company or Apple notice to preserve records so that law enforcement can later obtain a search warrant.
That's correct.
And in this case, you also you get a copy of the search warrants.
I do get a copy of the search warrants when the evidence is submitted to the lab, and we look at that before we start the examination.
And because of that, you're aware that that iPhone, that red iPhone with an Apple ID of troymilo@yahoo.com was located in the rear seat of Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
Without looking at, I haven't looked at the search warrant for a long time, so without referring to that, I can't really answer that question.
Would it refresh your recollection to view the search warrant for that case, for
Yes.
that phone?
Yes.
Okay, I could have one moment, please.
Objection, hearsay.
It's refreshing his recollection.
Well, the initial question called for hearsay, though.
When should we ask the question?
That iPhone, the iPhone in the red case came from the rear seat of Mr. Eastman's vehicle.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Do you have personal knowledge of that, or did somebody tell you about that?
I don't have personal knowledge of it. If I would have known something about that, that would have come from the documentation that was submitted as part of the examination.
So I'll sustain the objection.
You testified on direct examination of an inability to enter Miss Frank's cell phone. Do you recall that?
Which
Item
item are you
two.
referring to?
Item 2?
Correct. We were unable to extract internal data from that device.
And yourself and Detective Porter communicated back and forth with essentially many different potential passcodes for you to try.
Correct.
Codes that family members suggested.
Correct.
One of the codes was a code that was last associated with a debit card she used,
I
or
don't
debit
know-
card PIN.
I don't know where that information came from. I just knew I was provided those possible passcodes to try to unlock the device.
And none of those codes worked.
Correct.
Could I have one moment, please?
Sure.
And sir, I'm... I think that's all at this time. Thank you, sir. Actually, 1 second, I'm sorry. One more question, sir, regarding Ms. Frank's phone. You were able to ultimately get some information from, through the extraction process from Ms. Frank's phone.
Your Honor, if we could have counsel identify the exhibit number.
I'm not introducing anything.
Well, I don't, it's hearsay as to which one is Ms. Frank's phone at this point.
Item 2, I'll rephrase my question. From item 2, the Google phone, you were able to identify, or ultimately, extract some data from that cell phone.
I wasn't.
You were not?
I was able to extract data from the SIM card that was in the phone. We were unable to extract any of the internal data from item number 2 due to the security features on the device.
Okay. Were you able to, from the SIM card, extract email addresses associated with that phone?
I believe, according to my report, the only thing I extracted off of there was a phone number that was associated with the SIM card.
Okay, can I have a moment, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you, we appreciate your time. May he be excused from this subpoena?
He may.
He is under our subpoena, he is not released, and we do anticipate recalling him.
Okay, you may be recalled, okay? Thank you for your time.
What would you like to do with this piece of evidence, Your Honor?
You can give it to the court reporter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, my investigator will be reaching out to you just to...
Next witness, please.
The people would call Sergeant Gerald Porter to the stand.
Good afternoon. And do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? Thanks. Once you have a seat, make yourself comfortable. Feel free to adjust that microphone. Once you're settled in, I know you introduced yourself earlier in the trial, but if you want to go ahead and introduce yourself again by stating your name and spelling your last name.
Of course. My name is Gerald Porter, P-O-R-T-E-R.
Thank you. You're welcome to examine.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Sergeant Porter.
Good afternoon.
First of all, can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I'm employed with the Weld County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with Weld County Sheriff's Department?
Been employed with the Sheriff's Office for 20 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
No, I did not.
Back on February 16th of 2020, February 15th of 2020, where were you assigned to? What specific unit?
I was assigned to the Investigations Unit at the Weld County Sheriff's Office. It's a division within the Patrol Unit.
I want to talk about your specific positioning in this case. Can you tell the jury, are you considered the lead detective on the Weld County side of this particular case?
That's correct. I am considered the lead detective in this case. It was a joint case with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office.
As part of your, can you tell the jury how you get to be a lead detective on a case? How are your cases assigned?
Cases are assigned by the division sergeant. He's in charge of every detective that's assigned to the division, with roughly 6 detectives assigned. Different cases based on experience. Different cases will be handed out to detectives based on caseload and experience.
Part of your duties as a lead detective would be collecting different kinds of data. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you tell the jury, in this particular case, approximately how many supplemental reports have you written?
Have I read or written?
Written.
I've written 46 reports.
Approximately how many have you read?
For the Weld County side, I've read all of them, and most of the Larimer County side. There were 137 or 138 supplements written in an original report.
And that translates into a lot of pages, doesn't it?
Certainly does.
I want to talk to you about what Mr. Zwetzig just got through discussing, these reports that are sent to you that you're able to analyze. So after you send something to Rocky Mountain Forensics Lab, they send you a Cellular download, right?
They send a report, and the report contains information from their extraction.
And you're able to look through that report and glean whatever evidence that you can that's pertinent to your case, correct?
The report just summarizes what was extracted. The actual extraction of data is stored at the evidence unit.
Did you, in fact, look through the Facebook records of Kevin Eastman and Heather Frank?
I did.
Can you tell the jury what account number or name was associated with Kevin Eastman's Facebook?
The name was Kevin Quintana. And the unique identifier was Kevin Eastman 72, I believe.
When you look through those Facebook messages, did you find any that you felt were, well, did you find any that occurred on February 12th of 2020?
I did.
Were those between Heather Frank and Kevin Quintana?
There were.
I'm going to move on from that for right now. We'll get back to that in a minute. Part of your job in this case as well would be to get different kinds of evidence from people, correct?
Correct.
In this particular case, did you get buccal swabs from the defendant, Kevin Eastman?
I did.
Do you remember what date you did that on?
It would have been December 16th of 2020, I believe.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's 131, if I could approach.
Sure.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Ms. Guthrie, can I please see that one more time? I apologize, thank you.
Can you tell the jury what a buccal swab is and when you got that particular buccal swab?
And I realize this is not the right date that I actually collect these buccal swabs.
What was the right date?
The right date was the 25th of February 2020.
And tell the jury what process you do in order to get the buccal swab.
The process of collecting a buccal swab varies between each person who's collecting them. I always collect 2 swabs from each side on the interior of the cheek that stores a great deal of basically DNA. There's in a DNA-rich environment, especially on the cheeks, on the interior. And I collect 2 from each side so that there's ample DNA to test in case there's need for a retest.
In this particular case, did you do that with the defendant?
I did.
Did you also, when you collected those items, did you send those items to Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
I did.
Take a look at People's Exhibit 131. Is that in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It is. It's been altered at the base with new tape.
And I want to talk about that new tape. Did you, in fact, send those swabs to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation?
I did.
That would be something that you actually do as the lead detective, correct?
I do the majority of the submissions, but there could be other detectives that might submit it, evidence at my request or at the request of my sergeant.
And do those swabs look in substantially the condition other than the fact that they were sent to CBI?
Yes, my seal is still in place and it's still signed by me.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 131.
No objection.
131 submitted.
You also collected a buccal swab from a gentleman by the name of Armando Gallegos.
I did.
Do you know who Armando Gallegos is?
Armando Gallegos was reported to be an employee for Troy Bonnell at Bonnell Field Services and the various different names that he's had for his businesses. And Armando had lived there previously at his place of employment and residence.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 138. If I could approach.
Sure.
What is People's 138?
People's 138 is a set of buccal swabs that I collected from Armando Gallegos.
Do you remember the date that you collected them?
It would have been the 14th of January 2021.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Again, there's a new tag and there's a new seal at the base of the packaging. However, everything else is substantially the same. My seal is still in place with my initials.
Did you also send that item to the Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 138.
Any objection?
No.
138 submitted.
During the course of the investigation, did you also search the defendant's vehicle?
I did.
On what date did you search his vehicle?
That would be the 16th of December 2020.
One more time, please.
December 16th, 2020.
Thank you.
I'm going to hand you People's Exhibit 137. During the course of that search, did you find People's 137?
I did.
Did you actually collect that as well?
I did.
Did you also send that off to Colorado Bureau of Investigations?
I did.
Does that item look in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
It does.
And People's Exhibit 137, is that a boomerang?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 137.
Any objection?
Relevance? Objection relevance?
Do the parties, one of the parties want to go to? The court's going to sustain the objection.
At this time, we're just going to withdraw the exhibit for now.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you what's been previously marked. We sort of started to talk about this earlier, about the Facebook records. This would be People's Exhibit number 214. approach.
Sure.
People's Exhibit 214, is this a copy of Facebook messages between Kevin Quintana and Heather Frank dated on February 12th of 2020?
Yes,
There are 2 pages, correct?
correct.
And they're an accurate reflection of the Facebook records that you retrieved from Facebook in this case.
It is a part of them, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 214.
Any objection?
Yes, based on the last statement by this witness, who would ask to go on Bluetooth, please.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yes, based on the last part of Detective Porter saying that it's a part of the Facebook record, so we would ask to go on Bluetooth, please.
So explain to me what you mean it's a part of.
A part of the Facebook records that were produced by Facebook were hundreds of pages. This is a selection of those pages.
From February 12th.
No, this is complete with February 12th. Just the entirety of the Facebook records was hundreds of pages.
The court's going to overrule the objection. 214 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. And permission to publish at this point, Judge?
Sure.
I do have copies because I believe that it would be kind of small to look at, so.
And Your Honor, again, we object. This is just a snippet of a portion of the conversation between Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank. I believe under the rules of completeness, the context of that communication need to be shown to this jury in whole and in full. So I would ask that the government, if they're going to be introducing these messages, give this jury the entire context of those messages.
Ms. Guthrie.
Judge, I think Detective Porter just testified to the fact that this is the complete messages from February 12th between Kevin Eastman and Heather Frank.
So the court's going to find pursuant to 106 that your objection is overruled during cross-examination. If you want to get into other Facebook messages, you can certainly attempt to do so.
And if we
So just let me clarify with the court's record, because there's additional records on February. Sorry. Does the court want to do it on Bluetooth, or?
I've ruled that under the rule of completeness, I'm overruling your objection pursuant to
Okay.
Rule 106 on cross-examination. If you want to get into other Facebook messages outside of February 12th,
Okay.
you can certainly attempt to do so.
Okay, thank you.
And Detective Porter, are you sure that these are all the Facebook messages between Heather Frank and Kevin Quintana
Objection vague.
for February the 12th?
I believe they are.
So with that extra question, are you
I
still
will-
objecting?
No.
Okay.
You believe they are, or are you not
I
exactly
believe they
sure?
are.
Okay. And permission to publish, Judge?
Sure. So, Christina, she's going to give copies to the jurors, so that way they can read it since it sounds like it's a small print. Or Taylor, thank you.
Can we also have a copy, please? Taylor?
Do you have an extra copy for me as well? Thank you. You're welcome to publish now if you like, or continue.
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'd object again. We're looking at the Facebook records, and those are not all of the records from February 12th, 2020, between Ms. Frank and Mr. Eastman.
Mr. Port, do you believe that these are the complete messages from February 12th?
From my memory, I'd have to look at the report itself to be certain.
Ms. Guthrie, do you believe these are the entire February 12th messages?
I don't want to speak too loud. I'm not sure that those are the complete records from February 12th. I'm not
Do you have the complete
completely
records?
sure. We do have them on disk, so if the clerk could give us a moment, I just want to verify that. If I can approach Judge, I do have.
That's February 19th. I mean, I'd ask to be told what page you're showing from, because what I'm seeing right now is communication between Mr. Eastman and different people that aren't Ms. Frank. You want to find it first? That's between, okay. First one would be very clear. Can you go to the back up, please? So when I say up and you go back to the beginning where you started, it's on page 31. Okay.
Would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of the Facebook records?
It would.
To refresh your recollection as to whether these are all of them or just a portion?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. If I could approach.
Sure.
And specifically as to the 12th between Heather Frank and Kevin Quintana.
I see other records on the 12th.
Between Heather Frank and Kevin Quintana.
Yes.
So the records that you have in front of you, that's just a portion of those messages between the two of them on that date.
That's correct.
From what time to what time?
11:10 and 44 UTC time until 12:21:41 UTC time.
Okay. Judge, we're still admitting them. We can admit a portion of them, and if they want to admit others, they can do that when they're on cross.
Your Honor, under Colorado Rules of Evidence 106, specifically says when a writing or recorded
I know what the rule says.
So we are asking that the court not allow them to admit just a portion that they choose of the conversation between Mr. Eastman and Ms. Frank on February 12th.
Can the party go on Bluetooth, please? So 214 for the records admitted into evidence. And the objection is overruled. You're welcome to continue, Ms. Guthrie.
I want to go back to the buckle swaps that we were discussing. I asked you previously if you got a buckle swap from the defendant.
I did, yes.
And we admitted those buckle swaps, but do you see the defendant in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you please describe an item of clothing he's wearing and where he is seated?
He's seated at the defense table, second from the left, blue shirt, black pants, black shoes, and glasses.
Is that the person that you got the buckle swaps from when you swapped him?
It is.
And can you please tell the jury what UTC is?
Would you like me to, for the record, state that you identified him?
Yes, Judge.
Because
Let
for
the
the
record
record, the
reflect
court's
that I
going to
didn't.
find that the witness has identified the defendant. I'm sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. What is UTC?
UTC is what's referred to as Universal Time Code. It's a way that companies keep track of time across the world. And instead of changing the time based on where you live, the report could come out differently for every jurisdiction or region. So they put it in one universal code time.
The vehicle that you searched, was that identified as the defendant's vehicle?
It was.
How did you identify that as the defendant's vehicle?
I identified it because I had previously accepted it into evidence at our storage lot. I identified it with the damage to the front bumper and also that I had been to a previous search warrant served on it.
And that was the vehicle that you searched?
That's correct.
As part of your duties as a lead detective, do you also log evidence in the case or keep a log of the evidence in the case?
I certainly do.
In this particular case, when you went to go search Troy Bonnell's property, when the property was being searched, were there a number of wire cutters that were taken into evidence and collected?
Yes, there were.
Do you know how many exactly?
I don't know exactly how many, but it was more than 8, I believe, in the region of 8 sets of wire cutters taken from the property at various places. The majority were from his detached garage and also some from other areas in there.
When the search warrant was going on February the 16th of 2020, was it that you found out that the named victim, Heather Frank, had been killed by gunshot?
It was at the autopsy on the 18th of February 2020.
And just to make clear, that information had not been given to law enforcement until the February 18th date, correct?
That's correct. We didn't have any knowledge of exactly how the decedent died in this case until that autopsy.
We just heard some evidence from Agent Zwetzik regarding the Heather Frank's cell phone.
Yes.
And that there was some difficulty getting that analyzed.
Yes.
Did you take it to some other place to try to retrieve the information off that phone?
I did.
Where did you take it to?
I took it to the field office of the Secret Service in Denver, Colorado.
Was that successful?
It was successful in obtaining a surface scan from the phone.
But nothing else further?
That's correct. It could not get the entirety of the phone. Typically, when you download the contents of a phone with what Mr. Zwetzik identified as Cellebrite or Axiom, you get the entirety of the phone contents, including every log that has been put into the phone, every time the phone has been utilized, unlocked. All of that data is accessible. In this case, the only thing that the Secret Service could get with their enhanced version of Cellebrite was a surface scan, which got some data, but not all.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Judge.
Sure.
I want to go back to UTC time. How is that relative to our time?
So UTC time, or GMT, it's sometimes called Greenwich Mean Time. And I don't know the difference between the two. However, there is a time difference of -6 to -7 hours, depending on the solstice of the year.
So the messages in front of you would have been from what time our time?
I believe these would have been -6, but I'd have to look at my report to be certain.
So it would have been -6 from that particular time frame.
For our time, yes, to convert it from universal time code to our time.
So does that mean that the UTC is 6 hours behind or ahead?
The UTC, the universal time code that you see on the report is, it transfers over into -6 hours. So it would be 6 hours before would be the actual time, local time, that it would be collected. Hopefully that makes sense.
All right. I have no further questions, Judge, at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to retrieve Exhibit 214 from you. You'll get the original into the jury deliberation room. If you could just put it in front of you, and we'll collect it. Maybe you could just pass it down so Taylor doesn't have to go up. Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Briefly. Good afternoon, Detective Porter.
Good afternoon.
You just testified on direct examination regarding the limited surface level data report or extraction that was able to be conducted on Ms. Frank's phone.
I did.
And you indicated that you were able to still learn some information from that.
I was. There was some surface data that gave some different data.
And again, as the lead detective, you carefully review all the reports in this case.
Correct.
And as the lead detective, you are aware that Ms. Frank had an email address of heatherchristina71@gmail.com.
Correct.
And you're also aware that Ms. Frank had utilized a booking.com application.
Yes, I am aware that she used a booking.com application.
Are you familiar with what booking.com is?
My understanding of booking.com is that it's something that people use to book Airbnbs or hotel rooms.
Nothing further at this time, thank you.
Any redirect on that very limited issue?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Any questions from the jury?
And Judge, if I just may be clear, and I apologize, we are not able to print that many copies of the rest of the communication on February 12th that quickly. We have a very small little printer that would very quickly run out of toner. So we will be recalling Detective Porter at a later time to reintroduce the full, complete context of that Facebook
If
communication.
you have it, you can probably make copies pretty quickly now. It's up to you.
We would love that if the court wouldn't mind. I apologize, we didn't think that this would be an issue.
Do 16 copies. Did she actually give you the copy? Yeah. Why don't you give that to us now? We'll do it real quick.
It'll have to be sent via email, is that okay?
Yep. So you do have cross-examination then?
Yes, it's finishing my cross-examination,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Just send it to Christina. Sure. I'm assuming the prosecution doesn't need a copy? Or do you want a copy?
Yes, we would love one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. It's been sent.
For being a paperless court, we have a lot of paper. Are you going to mark that exhibit
Yes, sir.
as what?
Triple F.
And is there going to be an objection for the admission?
No, I just want to make sure it's just for the 12th.
It'll be. Bluetooth, please.
Sorry, we have to make a different copy. We put all those out.
Judge, I just asked one copy be kept for the appellate record, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
What do you want to mark that as?
Still as defense exhibit triple F.
And you're going to mark the new one differently?
Yes, we will mark that triple G.
So FFF is retained by the court and not admitted into evidence.
It's been sent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have an exhibit tab for triple
Yes,
F?
sir.
And if you could just mark that and then give it to Ms. Palmer, that would be great.
Can I approach?
Yep. Thank you. Before you distribute those, can the parties take a look at GGG and let me know if there's a stipulation for the admission? And if you could mark one of those.
Here at this time, the defense will move to admit GGG, which is the remainder of the conversation on Facebook between Mr. Eastman as Mr. Quintana on February 12th, 2020 with Ms. Frank.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Triple G's admitted. You're welcome to publish those now, Christina.
Yes, you can.
Any other cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Any redirect examination?
No, Judge.
I'll just give the jurors an opportunity to read GGG, and then I'm going to ask you if you have any questions, and then we'll have this witness step down. Just look up when you're ready. And again, you'll have an opportunity, I'm not trying to stop you, but you'll also have an opportunity to read all the exhibits that were admitted into evidence in the jury deliberation room. Look at the original. Everybody ready? And any questions for this witness from the jury? Seeing none, you're welcome to step down. We appreciate your time. Thank you. Welcome to join the prosecution. If you can put those exhibits in front of you, and then we'll collect them again. Do you want to start another witness, Mr. Wren, given the time?
Our next witness is not a short one, so I think it's appropriate to break here.
Okay. All right. Just given the time and the fact that this witness is not going to be short, we're going to recess for the day. I want to instruct you that until the trial is completed, please do not discuss this case with anybody. That includes your family, people involved in the trial, other jurors, witnesses, or anybody else. If somebody approaches you and tries to discuss the trial with you, please let me know about it immediately. It's also important that you must not read or listen to any news reports of the trial. Do not in any way try to gain information about the case outside of this courtroom. That includes no research on the internet, medical or law books, or dictionaries. Finally, it is especially important that you not form or express any opinion on the case until it's finally submitted to you. Have a wonderful evening. We appreciate your service, and we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Let's all please rise for the jury. Okay, you're welcome to be seated. Okay, we are outside the presence of the jury. And any issues before we recess for the day?
No, Your Honor, nothing for the people.
Thank you. Ms. Devereaux, Ms. Morris?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, have a wonderful evening. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge, you too.
Thank you.
that one back, right? So we'll need it during our case in chief.
Did you get 5 of them? Don't mean that.